Learn how to seamlessly integrate AI into your Spring Boot applications using Spring AI in this comprehensive course from Faisal Mayman. With hands-on projects and practical examples, you'll go beyond theory to build real-world applications that harness the power of machine learning and natural language processing.
Hello everyone, welcome to this complete course where we are going to learn how you can integrate Spring AI with Spring Boot applications. I'm Faisal from EmbarkX and I'll be your instructor for this particular course. So, first question, why artificial intelligence? Now, I don't need to tell you why you should learn about AI today, because if you are a software engineer or already in this field, you must be aware of the recent advancements that have taken place in the field of AI. Last few years have been crazy in the terms of AI. There have been so much of things, like so many things have been happening in AI. And if you are a developer, if you're working in an organization, it's likely that you might want to integrate or bring in some sort of AI abilities into your application, because a lot of companies around you, including Google. So if you today go to Google search, then in some countries you will see the search results are even driven by AI. So AI output is shown at the top. Okay, so Google is also leveraging AI, and a lot of apps companies around you are leveraging AI, right? So it's likely that if you're working in an organization, you would be working on a project where you need to come up with a solution to integrate AI into your application. So this course is going to help you with that. This is a complete guide where I'll be hand-holding you completely, and it is a complete hands-on course. We'll be taking a look at every nitty-gritty that is involved when you work with AI in your Spring Boot applications. Okay. Now for this particular course, we are going to make use of Spring AI, which is a module project by Spring. And this enables us to make use of AI features into our application. Okay. And we'll be making use of OpenAI or OpenAI APIs. I'll be giving you a complete walkthrough of what, how, and why. Okay. And remember, this course is completely hands-on. Okay, we will be spending a lot of time on the coding editor rather than being on the presentation slides, and we'll be learning things, I should say. We'll be learning things by doing. Okay, so we are going to build a couple of projects over here with different capabilities. Okay, the first project that we are going to build is going to have 3 features, I should say. The number one feature in this particular application is going to be of a stock photo generator. So you will be able to generate stock photos with the help of AI, and we'll be building this full stack application. So both these projects are full stack. We'll be making use of Spring Boot as the backend and React as the front end. Okay, and the stock photo generator is going to have backend APIs as well as the front end interface. You need to tell the interface, or you need to tell the AI what kind of photos you want, and with the help of AI we'll be generating the photos and we'll be displaying it to the user. QnA Bot. Okay, so if you have any sort of questions that you want to ask to AI like a chatbot, you can make use of this QnA Bot. Then we are going to code a recipe generator. So this is a use case that I want to highlight over here. Let's say if you're building a fitness application, then it's likely that you might want to build a sort of recipe generator using AI. So that's what we are going to learn over here. Okay, now this is one use case that I'm showing over here of recipe generator. You can learn from this use case and you can implement this use case in your own domain. So this is coming in from the fitness domain. So normally health apps would have this kind of a use case wherein they might want to integrate or build a recipe generator sort of a tool, which with the help of AI can suggest healthy recipes to the users based on their requirements. So this is one use case that we'll be exploring in this particular course, but you can take the knowledge gained over here and apply it to your domain. For example, if you're working in a bank domain, and if your company is building a banking application, then you can take this knowledge over here that you have gained using this hands-on course. You can go to your application and you can build, for example, something like a tool or a mechanism that evaluates the eligibility of people for loan sanction, something like that. Okay, so you can take these use cases that I'm demonstrating over here, and you can learn from them and you can apply it in your own domain. Okay, so that's about the project 1. It will have these 3 features. Project 2 is about audio to text. So we are going to build a audio transcriber. It is going to be a separate application. And what happens is, how this application works is, you can upload an audio file and it will transcribe it into text. Okay, so these are the 2 projects. Now let me show you these projects. Okay, so I have these projects up and running. So this is the first project where you can see this is an image generator. This is Ask AI, which is a QnA Bot. I mentioned this, and this is a recipe generator. Okay, so you can enter the ingredients, you can mention like the cuisine over here, and you can enter the dietary restrictions. So I'll say I need chicken as the ingredient. I'll say olive oil, and I'll say or I'll just say olives. Okay, olives, and I'll say you can enter anything. Okay, a bread. Okay, for example, I'll say Italian. Okay, any dietary restrictions? So no nuts, please. Okay, and I'll say create a recipe. Now, when you create a recipe, this is in works with the AI, and you will see this recipe come in. Okay, so it's Italian chicken olive bread bake. You can see the entire recipe along with the ingredients, the instructions, and a message in the end. Okay, so this is all coming from AI. Okay, so imagine being a fitness app and implementing this for your users in your application. Valuable, right? So this is one. Ask AI. So you can say, what is the capital, okay, of France, for example. Okay, so it is going to give you the answer over here that it's Paris. This is coming in from AI. You can ask any sort of questions. Okay, you can also extend these projects to your own needs. Okay, so this can be extended or improved to take a form of a chatbot. Okay, for example, image generator, a cute dog. You can just specify the kind of image you want to generate, and you mention the description over here, and it will generate the image for you. So you can see over here, the image is over here. All right, and I've not focused much on UI over here. Okay, this can be improved, of course, but you get the point over here. This is how you can actually interact with AI and build solutions. Okay, so this is an image generator. Now the next project I have is the audio to text transcriber that you're seeing on the screen. Okay, so this particular project, what it does is you have to add a audio file over here, and it is going to give the transcription result over here. Okay, let me show this to you. So I'll just say upload and transcribe and select a file that is locally available on my system. So you can see the output over here. I had an audio file which said, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? Okay, so it transcribed that particular audio file, and it is giving me the result over here. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. And these are the 2 apps that we are going to build. So I hope you are excited about this, and I would also like to mention these projects are part of my full-fledged course, which is a bestseller as well on Udemy, and you'll find the details about the course in the description below if you're interested. Otherwise, let's continue with this particular course over here. All right, so now it's time that we begin talking about and understanding what is Spring AI. Now here I'm on the official website of Spring, which is spring.io. Okay, you can just Google Spring Framework and you should see this website, or you can directly type in this URL to come over here. Okay, I do have the dark mode enabled over here from this. Okay, so here we have Spring Framework. Okay, now what happens is, under Spring there is an umbrella of projects. Okay, there are quite a few projects that you can make use of these projects with Spring, and you can build your applications. Okay, so these projects give your application some enhanced functionality over here. So here, if you scroll down, you can read more about Spring, what it is and all of that. Okay, but here at the top you'll see this link for projects. Okay, you can see Spring Boot, Spring Framework, Cloud, and everything over here. But I'll just click on View All Projects, and I'll open this in new tabs. Okay, so you can see over here, you can just configure these projects and it will give you some additional functionality into your Spring application. Okay, so Spring Boot is also a project over here. Spring Security is another project. Okay, Spring Data we have, Spring Framework, Spring Session, a lot of projects are there. And one of the project that we see in the list over here is Spring AI. Okay. Now, in past few years, AI has seen a lot of advancements. Okay. And if you're building applications or having the knowledge of how to integrate AI into your application is a must today. So Spring AI is a project by Spring Framework that enables you to integrate AI capabilities into your Spring based applications. Okay. So either it's a Spring Boot project or Spring Framework based project, you can integrate Spring AI into it. Okay. Now, if you go over here, if you open this, I'll open this in a new tab. Okay. On the left hand side, this UI will change. On the left hand side, it will all be the project list. And on the right hand side, it's the description about the project. So you can see over here, Spring AI is an application framework for AI engineering. Okay. So you can make use of AI over here into your projects, and you can see what all chat models this particular project supports. So you have a list of models. Okay. There are a lot of models that it supports. You can just scroll down and you can see. Okay. You can see over here, these are also the supported models. Okay. Now, if you're new to this AI world and if you're not aware of what chat model is, so you can think of model as a representation or an algorithm, okay, that exists in the world of AI. And this mathematical representation or an algorithm, this is trained to make predictions or decisions and to answer your queries based on the input data. That is what model is. Okay. So if you have been following this world of AI, you must have heard of GPT-3, GPT 3.5, GPT-4, and now you have GPT-4o. So these numbers are nothing but models. Okay. ChatGPT is a thing, but ChatGPT has a lot of models like GPT 3.5, GPT-4, GPT-4o, GPT-4o 4 mini, I guess, is the name of one mini model that they have released. Okay. So there are quite a few models that exist. Okay. And there's a list of models. Now, ChatGPT that is quite popular is a product by OpenAI. OpenAI is the company behind ChatGPT. Okay. So the Spring AI also supports OpenAI. You can also integrate a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff from Amazon. You can integrate the Google-based models over here, like Palm 2, Gemini. You can make use of Hugging Face over here. So a lot of things over here. Okay. And if you click on, so you can read about this. Okay. It's a long list. Okay. There's a quick start guide too. And if you click on learn over here, you will see this reference doc, which I'll open in the new tab, and you will have the API doc. Now, API doc is just the list of all the APIs or the classes that exist within this particular project. Okay. But what we are going to talk about is the reference doc over here. So here, if you click on this reference doc, you'll see this reference doc open up like this. Okay. So here you will see all the details around Spring AI. So you will see like Spring AI project aims to streamline the development of applications that incorporate AI or artificial intelligence functionality without unnecessary complexity. That is what it says. I'm sorry. Yeah. So what it does is, if you want to make use of AI into your web applications or any sort of applications, APIs that you're building, then adding the ability of artificial intelligence was a little bit complex, and this project aims to simplify that. Okay. And you can read what all it does. So that's the baseline of this project. Okay. And you can see the features of this. It supports major model providers like OpenAI, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Hugging Face. All of these are popular in the market. And if you want to build any sort of AI-based applications, it's likely that you will use a model from any of these companies. Okay. So it supports all of them. It supports a lot of capabilities like chat. You can do text to image, audio transcription, text to speech, and a lot more is on the way. Okay. So you can read about this over here, and over here on the left hand side, you'll see this navigation bar. Now there are some AI concepts that you should also be aware of. Okay. So the number one concept is around model. So if you're new to this world of AI and if you don't know what model is nothing but the algorithm that exists, like I said, and it is trained on a particular set of information to make predictions, decisions based on whatever input is provided. Okay. And basically it learns pattern. It becomes smarter with time with a lot of inputs that you give to it. Okay. And it helps you make your life easy. So you can see over here, there are many different types of AI model suited for different use case. You have ChatGPT, okay. It gives you, it's a text input output model. It also has an image model. OpenAI also has an image model called DALL-E. Then there are some companies like Midjourney. You have Midjourney, your model which generates text to image. You have stable diffusion and so on. Okay. So that's what it talks about. Then the next concept it talks about is the concept of prompts. So if you don't know what prompt is, so prompt, to put it simply, okay, in very simple terms, prompt is nothing but the input that you give to the model. Okay. So let me switch my screen over here. So here I am on ChatGPT interface. So this is my ChatGPT account. Okay. And here you can see at the top, there are different models that I can choose from. So GPT-4o, okay, or 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about the white theme. I just switched to the dark theme. Okay, so I'll continue where I was. So I was talking about GPT-4o. This is one of the models that exists, GPT-4o mini. Then you have GPT-4, which is the legacy model now. There was GPT 3.5 as well that existed. Okay, so this is nothing but the model that exists. And if you click on the about icon, you can see like these are the different models. You can see GPT 3.5 over here as well. Okay, so these are models that you can choose from. And I'm right now on the paid plan with ChatGPT or OpenAI. Okay, so that's why I have access. I'm not seeing any upgrade option over here. Okay, now over here, you can message ChatGPT. Okay, and you can see there are some messages over here. Now, the message or the input or any question that you ask over here is known as a prompt. Okay, so you can say plan a relaxing day over here. So can you help me plan a relaxing day? This is a prompt that went to this particular model and it helped me. Of course, it's asking me a question. What do you enjoy and all? Okay, so I can like have a conversation with this particular model over here. Okay, and it's going to like get back to me based on my preferences with like my day plan, or like I asked it to plan a relaxing day, right? So it's going to get back to me with that, right? So this is model and this is what prompt means. So these inputs that I'm giving to the to this particular model is known as prompt over here, and that is what this entire thing says. Okay, so basically you can see over here, prompts serve as a foundation for language-based inputs that guide an AI model to produce specific outputs. Okay, so it's actually, you can see over here, for those who are familiar with ChatGPT, a prompt might seem like merely a text entered into the API. Okay, so that's what the starting point is. But when you start building the applications, okay, there is a lot of stuff that goes into. Okay, so here in the interface, it's user friendly. So you just saw that I just entered the text and I got the output. Okay, but when you're building the application, you can pass in a lot of parameters along with just the input. For example, if you want to generate an image, you can specify which models you want to use. You can specify, you can do a lot of other configurations. Okay, so that's about prompt templates. Okay, so you can have a template like this created, okay, with the variables over here. Okay, so for example, tell me a, here this will be replaced with an adjective. So tell me a adjective can be funny, joke about a particular content. Okay, so these are nothing but prompt templates. And if you're building a model, or if you're building an application wherein you need a specific set of information repeatedly, you can have a template inside your application, and then based on the user input, you can update this template and get the output. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. There is something called as tokens. Okay, now token is how these models work. Okay, so whenever you are making use of models, and basically this is true for OpenAI. Okay, so if you're making use of any of the OpenAI models, you're basically being charged for the tokens used. Okay, now token is essentially, you can see over here, whenever you do input output with any sort of models over there, so the input and output that you receive is going to be converted into tokens over here. So you can see LL is one token, MS is another token, the space and like is another token, and so on. Okay, so it's basically a representation of how you would be charged. So the number of tokens that you use essentially in input and output, that's how you are going to be, that is what is going to determine your charges. Okay. So how much input you are giving in and how much output you are getting from the AI model. That is how you are going to be charged. And that is what it says over here. Okay. So basically a lot of models that exist out there are not free. Okay. For example, I have been using models from OpenAI, and they charge you based on the number of tokens used. Of course, it's not that expensive, but there is a cost associated to it. Okay, so that is something that you should be aware of, and you will see these terms tokens frequently being used whenever you visit their dashboard. All right. So yeah, that's about some of the important concepts. Here you have a link to get started. Okay, and you can see some steps outlined and an overview of all the APIs that exist in this project and how you can make use of them. Okay, so this reference doc is very handy and very useful. I found this to be really well written. Okay, so yeah, I hope you have some good clarity about what is Spring AI and why does it exist and how it makes your life easier. So let's talk about the application we are going to build. So the application we are building would be a full stack application, and this would have different sections, like a section to generate images, section to talk to AI, and a section to generate recipes depending on certain user preferences. So this recipe generator is a use case that I wish to showcase as an implementation of what AI can do. So you can learn from this use case and integrate AI into your applications as well. All right. So what we are doing over here is, before I jump over to demo, this is the front end that has been built using React. It's a very simple interface, nothing complex and no jazz at all. Okay. I've kept things really simple. So this front end will interact with the backend. Now, first thing first, we'll be creating the backend APIs. So you will see these APIs, 4 APIs is what we'll be creating, and these APIs will be there in the backend that will interact with OpenAI. So you can see like it will interact with OpenAI, and you can replace essentially OpenAI with any other chat model as well. Okay. So we'll be making use of Spring AI, which is a project or by Spring. Okay, and it provides a smoother and easy integration with AI models out there. A lot of AI models, we'll be discussing about different AI models, but we'll be integrating OpenAI. All right. Now let's see how this application functions. So I'll enter a prompt over here for an image. This is kind of a stock photo generator for you. Okay. You can have this and it can generate at most 4 images. You can customize this depending on your requirements. All right. So I can enter the prompt like, let's say an umbrella or a scenic place or whatever. You can click on generate image. Okay. And the image should appear over here. Now there will be only one image that will appear. Okay. But like I said, you can customize this to your needs, and depending on your needs, you can have different options over here, like ask the user as to how many images he wants. Okay, so you can see this is the image that we got from the AI model. Okay, you can say a cute bunny over here. Okay, and if you say generate image, so I have not added progress bar or like loader over here while the image is being generated. All right, because I just wanted to show the integration, but the application works smooth. You can enhance it and take it to any level you want. All right, you can see this bunny appear over here. All right, now the API that we are building, it will have lots of parameters. Okay, you can have parameters like the quality, the total number of images, the width of the image. Like you can customize the images and you can ask for user preferences here on the front end. You can have more options and you can get those options and send it to the backend API. Okay, all of that sort of things you can do. All right, so this is about the image generator. You can ask AI anything. Okay, so I'll ask what is the capital of Australia. A very simple question. Okay, and you'll see this is the answer over here. You can ask literally anything and you should get the right response. All right, recipe generator. So using the AI models, you can have implementations like this, wherein you can you can implement it to a specific use case. So let's say if you're building a health application and you want to have a AI based recipe generator, you can build something like this. If you have let's say a stock market application, an application that helps users to trade on stock market, you can have predictions, AI generated predictions, all of that you can do. All right, and this one use case will teach you how you can do that for your respective domain. All right, if you're working on a cab sharing application, like a cab booking application, you can have AI for a certain thing or for a certain use case in your application, right? Now here you can enter the ingredients, so you can say olives, potatoes, and you can like enter a lot of stuff like I'm out of thoughts. Okay, tomatoes, and let's add chicken, or let's add some curd. Okay, and you can add any dietary restrictions like I'm vegan or something like that. Okay, you can create a recipe. Okay, and what this will do is this will work with the AI and this will get you a recipe along with the instructions. So you can see title of the recipe, the name of the recipe, the ingredients, and the instructions. So this is what you get from the backend. All right, so you can customize this to your requirements. Like if you have a holiday app, you can have a AI based holiday planner, and you can make use of this logic to implement that into your application. So yeah, this is the app that we are building. It's working on React. We are making use of React Frontend. So I'm not just teaching you about APIs. All right, we are learning the entire picture over here. Along with APIs, how can this information be consumed on the front end? How does this information work on the front end? And how you can build a full-fledged application. Okay, you can even deploy this if you wish to. But yeah, that is what we will be building, and that's the demo that I had for you. All right. So I hope you like the demo, and I hope you are excited to learn this. So now it's time that we create a Spring Boot project, and we should configure it with the required dependencies. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm on Spring Initializer, start.spring.io. I'm going to select Maven over here as the build tool over here. Okay, and you can select any latest version of Spring Boot. Okay, don't select snapshot M1. Okay, just select the normal version. And here you can add the group. So I'm going to say com.spring. Or you can say com.ai, and I can keep the artifact as demo. Okay, or I can say Spring AI demo, something like this. Okay, and yeah, package name I have auto generated, and you can rename the description or change the description if you want to. Packaging is jar. Select the Java version and come over here, and we'll add the dependencies. So first of all, we'll add web as a dependency because it's a web project that we are building. And then just click on add dependencies and enter AI over here. You're going to see a lot of options here when you select AI. Okay, so these are all the dependencies that have been added now. Okay, and you can select OpenAI because we are going to make use of OpenAI. And we are going to make use of language models or the image models that exist with OpenAI. Okay, so you can add any of the, so when you search for AI, you can add anything you want. Okay, you can even make use of Azure over here, Azure AI search, Vertex AI. Okay, Vertex AI Gemini. You can see there are quite a few options. All right. So you can choose the one you want. You can go to explore and check out how your project is being rendered over here, or you can alternatively download. So I'm going to download this and open this with IntelliJ. So one thing I would like to highlight over here, if you click download over here on the screen, only pom.xml is going to get downloaded. Okay, so I'll urge you to close this and click over here, generate. Okay, so this is going to generate the entire project and give you a zip file that you can save onto your desired location of your choice on your machine. Okay, now I've downloaded the project and I have unzipped it over here. If you see, this is the zip that I downloaded from the website, and this is the extracted version of this project. I've unzipped this. Okay, now once you have unzipped, what you need to do is you need to go to IntelliJ and you need to say open over here. Now after you say open, you'll see this file chooser open something like this. All right, And here you will have options, or you can navigate to the desired folder. So you'll have options to navigate to the folder of your choice. Now wherever you have extracted this project, go to that folder and select pom.xml from the folder. So within this folder, Spring AI Demo, there will be a pom.xml. To select that and say OK over here. Now the moment you say OK, it will tell you that, hey, this pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the entire project? So yes, I want to open the entire project, right? And pom.xml has the entire structure. So I'll say open as a project, and you'll see the entire project open, and you can go full screen then with this. This will resolve some dependencies here at the bottom, and you'll see some sort of processing happening here. Okay, so don't worry about that. Just hold on and it will do some processing and it will set the project for you. So what it's actually doing is, if you go to pom.xml, you have added a couple of dependencies. So it's fetching all the required jar files and everything, and it's getting you here in the external libraries folder for you to use locally. Okay, so you can see like indexing, and the download is complete and the indexing is also complete. So the project is ready for use. Now our project is created, and what we can do over here is we can come into the project and head over to the main application file and try running the project. Okay, your application would crash. Okay, this is something that I already know, but I wish to show you as to why it's crashing. Okay, so over here, if you scroll up at the top, okay, you'll see like everything completed, but there was an exception that was thrown. Okay, so it tried to create a bean with the name OpenAI chat model. All right, and this is because if you come over here, why try to create a bean with that model? Because if you come over here to pom.xml, what you have done is you have added the dependency for OpenAI, right? So it's trying to create the OpenAI chat model, which is a bean, okay, and it's trying to initialize it. And it crashed because to create the bean over there, it needs a key from OpenAI, right? So you need to set the key, and only then you will be able to run the application, because this bean would be able to initialize itself. All right, and that is why our application crashed without even having a single line of code written. So what we would do is we need this key. So I would head over here to my browser, and here you'll see this website openai.com. So just come over here to openai.com. This is what you'll see. This is the company behind ChatGPT, and we don't want to access ChatGPT right now, but you can head over to products over here, and under API you'll see this platform overview. Okay, you can also view the API pricing. So if you click on pricing, you'll see this pricing for the API, and you can see here the pricing is being defined in terms of tokens. So tokens is how the input, so depending on what input you give and what output you get, okay, that output and input is being categorized into something called as token, and based on what tokens you're using. So for 1 million tokens, the pricing is $5. Okay, so what I would recommend is you can sign up for the account over here. Okay, normally what happens is you get a $5 free credit when you sign up to the OpenAI API account. All right, and depending on when you're signing up, there might be a possibility that OpenAI is not giving that $5 credit. Okay, so it is giving as of now, but there is a possibility that you might not get in future. So I'm just saying that this is the case now, and they might discontinue it. Okay, so if you get credit, well and good. Otherwise, you can just add a few dollars if you wish to use the OpenAI API. But if you come over here, okay, here I would say start building, and I already have an account. Okay, if you don't have an account, what you can do is you can actually sign in or sign up over here. So if you click on start building, you'll be asked to sign up or sign in, right? Now here you are being taken to chat playground over here. Okay, now over here you can play with the interface and play with different models and see how things work. But what I want to highlight over here is something called as projects over here. So you can see this default project appear over here. So right now I'm in the default project. You can create a new project if you wish to. Okay, so if there are several projects that you're working on AI related, you can create projects and organize your projects that way. All right. So this is a playground, but we don't want to go to the playground. You can go to dashboard over here. Okay, under dashboard you will see things like usage. So how is your usage been. Okay, you'll see storage, you have something called as API keys. So go to API keys, and here you will be able to create your own API keys. All right, so here you can see I already have one key created. Okay, and you can create your own API key. So you can click on over here, create a new secret key. Okay, and you can enter the name of the key. Okay, so you can say key test or Spring AI demo, I'll say. Okay, so that you remember later on. And you can select the projects. If you have multiple projects that you created from here, you can select which project this key belongs to, and you can say create. Now when you say create, this secret key will be displayed, which is for your private personal use. You are not supposed to share it with anyone, right? So create this key, and also once the key, it's displayed only once. You cannot see the key again. So when you see it for the first time, just copy it and save it on a secure location. Okay, so they do this from security purpose, because anyone having your key can make use of the key and you will be charged in your account for the usage. Okay, so that's why key is important. So I won't be creating the secret key yet, but what I would do is I'll show you how you can add the key into your application. So just head over to application properties of your application over here, and add a property over here, spring.ai.openai.api-key over here. Okay, and you should enter your key value over here. So whatever your key value is, you can specify over here. Okay, so I'll make use of something like this. Okay, and I'll make use of a variable over here, my app key, something like this. Okay, but you don't need to make use of this. You can just paste in your key over here. Okay, and after you try to run in your application, it should work. So I'll just add my key over here. So I have added my keys. All right, and what I would do is I'll try to run the application now. Okay, so if you run the application, you'll see like it's successfully running, which means that it is able to pick up that key, and that key is valid now. All right, and remember that key is private to you. You're not supposed to share it with anyone. All right, so be sure to use it properly. All right, so yeah, that's about how you can set up your key and add it to your application. All right, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin setting up the service that will help us get the output for the prompt that it receives. All right, so here we'll begin with the reference guide. So here if you come, okay, you can click on Spring AI API over here and expand this, and click on Chat Model API. So Chat Model API is the API that we are going to use. So you can see over here, the Chat Model API offers developers the ability to integrate AI powered chat completion abilities into the applications. Okay, so here you can see this. This is the model interface that exists. This is inbuilt. Okay, and you can see it has methods like call, and you can pass in the prompt over here. Okay, now if you scroll down, you have prompt as well. So this is the class that represents the prompt. Okay, and then if you scroll down over here, you have chat options that you can add. Okay, so you can set the temperature, you can set different parameters over here, you can even set the model over here. Okay, so if you want to use a particular model like GPT 3.5, GPT 4 or something like that, you can configure that as well. And then you have this chat response class, which is the class that represents the output that you get from the AI model. Okay, so let us see how we can make use of this. So here if you scroll down, you'll see like there are different implementations of this. Okay, depending on which model you are using. Since we are making use of OpenAI, I'll select OpenAI over here. And here if you scroll down, you can see like how we have navigated through this. So you can even like go over here to Spring API, and under Chat Model API, you can select OpenAI. So that is also one way to navigate rather than going through the documentation. Okay, you can see like different chat properties over here. Okay, one of the property is this one, wherein we set the API key. This is something that we can use over here in our application properties to set the API key. There are different like properties that you can set, like max attempts. You can configure the maximum number of retry attempts if it fails. Okay, the default is 10. You can configure it to something custom. Okay, So here are the properties, and then if you scroll down after properties, you will see this example over here. So this is how you can make use of chat model over here. You can see chat model dot call, and then you're making use of prompt over here. You're building a prompt with different options. So you're entering the prompt, then you are adding which model should be used, what sort of temperature, and all of that. Okay, so I'll come over here to IntelliJ. All right, and here what I can do is I can straight away create a new class. I'll call this class as chat service over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and within this class I'll need an instance of chat model. So I'll say private, I'll say final, I can say chat, and you can see chat model appear over here. Spring Framework AI dot chat dot model. So I'll select this one over here. Okay, and I'll create an object of the same. All right, this is done, and yeah, we need to initialize this. So I need to add this constructor with the initialization for this. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I am going to add a method over here. So I can say public. Okay, I'll say string, I'll say query or get response from AI. Okay, so this will get us response, and this accepts prompt over here. Okay, now what I can do is I can say chat model over here dot, and you can see there is a method call that we have access to. So we'll make use of this, and you can pass in then the parameter. So I'll pass in the message. Now what is the message? The message is the prompt over here. So I'll add a semicolon, and I can say prompt. Now the response of this call is, if you see the response, it is a string over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would simply return the string, right? So it returns a string, right? So this is how you can create a chat service. Okay, and our chat service is set. We're making use of chat model. This is very simple. Okay, we are not doing any sort of additional configurations. So here you can do additional configurations. You can get a chat response, and you can fetch the output from it. Okay, but we have kept things really simple. We have said chat model dot call, and we are getting the string as the output. All right. So yeah, that's about how you can set up the chat service, wherein you can set up a chat with our AI model that is configured. So now we have the service set up. What we can do is we need to set up a controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a controller over here. You can call our controller as Gen AI controller. Okay, because we're working with generative AI. So it's Gen AI controller over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this as a REST controller first of all. And then I'm going to have a method which is also going to help us serve our endpoint. I'm going to call this method as get response. Okay, and over here I'm going to accept a parameter as prompt. Okay, and I'm going to say return. Okay, we're going to return, so it has to be chat service. So I'm going to need a chat service instance. So I'm going to say chat service over here, and I can actually have a auto wiring done, or essentially set up a constructor. So let me set up a constructor itself. So I can right click, I can say generate constructor, and this has the parameter. Okay, now for this to be injected over here into the constructor, I need to make sure like this is being marked as service over here, which I have not done yet. Okay, so that is done. I'll come over here, Gen AI over here, chat service dot, and you can see get response over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in prompt over here. Okay, so this is done. Now we need to mark this as the endpoint. So I'm going to say this is a get mapping. Okay, and I can call this mapping. You can call this mapping as so depending on whatever sort of endpoint you wish to have, you can call it get AI answer, query AI. Okay, but I can simply call this as let's say ask AI. Okay, so I can say ask -AI over here. Okay, and I can get this prompt as a request parameter. Okay, so I can say request param over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. I believe this should work fine. There should not be any issues. Now let me rerun this. Okay, so I'll run this, and we are going to test this endpoint in Postman. Okay, so it's up and running. I'll come over here to Postman. I'll add a request. Okay, I'll say local. Okay, 1 second. So I'll say HTTP, or we don't even need Postman, I would say. Okay, what you can actually do is you can actually test this from the browser as well. Okay, so you can say localhost colon 30. Sorry, not 30. It's 8080 slash ask AI. Okay, and you can enter the prompt. Okay, so what sort of prompt you want over here? So I can say what's up, something like this. Okay, I'll keep a copy of this. I'll send this. Let us see. So you can see, hello, I'm just here to assist you with anything you need. How can I help you today? Okay, so that's the response of WhatsApp that I got. Okay, this is coming in from AI. You can pass in any other input. Okay, what is the capital of France, for example? I can press enter. The capital of France is Paris. You can see, so this is clearly we are getting the response from our AI model. Okay, you can even run this in Postman. So I can have this set up in Postman over here. Okay, I can say ask AI endpoint over here. And you can see this is automatically populated, the query over here, because that was added in our URL, right? If I say send over here, it's going to give me a response. You can see, how can I help you today? Okay, what's your name? Let me ask, what's your name? What's your name? Okay, I'm a digital assistant and I do not have a personal name. You can simply refer to me as assistant. How can I assist you today? Interesting. So this is working fine, and you can actually have a front end as well for this to consume this endpoint. And basically we are accepting this as request param. Okay, I believe request param is the best way to accept this, and I think it's working fairly well. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. So now we have a simple API up and running where we get a taste of how we can integrate OpenAI with our application. Okay, so what is happening is whenever you are querying this particular endpoint, this prompt is taken over here and it's being intercepted by the controller. From the controller, it goes to the service. And what service is doing is it is making use of chat model over here. Okay, now this chat model is essentially a object of chat model over here, which is helping us. So this is created using the key that you have injected into application properties. Okay, and since you have mentioned over here that you want to make use of OpenAI, so here you have mentioned that you want to make use of OpenAI. So why would you add this dependency? Because you want to make use of OpenAI based models, right? So what Spring Boot has done is it has auto-configured everything for you. So you just have to use this chat model and you just have to query the or you have to get the response from OpenAI using the key that is added in the application.properties. Okay, so you literally aren't doing much over here. It's all a Spring Boot auto configuration into picture based on the dependencies that you have added. Okay, now we have created a simple endpoint, right? I want to add, or I want to control the output. I want to have much more customizations. Okay, so here on the website, if you go, you saw this, you'll see this, this example over here. Now over here, what is happening is chatmodel.call is being used, but an object of prompt is being inserted over here. And this prompt has two parameters. One is the prompt itself, and other thing is the options that you want with this prompt. This is what is being crafted. It's being given as an input to call. Okay, so if you come over here, and here what we are doing is we are making use of get response, right? So here get response is not being used, call is being used. So what we will do is we'll create one more endpoint. Sorry, I'm in service, I'm in controller. So we are actually making use of call. Okay, so if you say dot call over here, okay, you'll see like it has three variants, right? You can see it has three variants. Okay, one variant is messages over here. You can see this is variable number of arguments that it's accepting. Then you have message over here, which is a single string, and then you have prompt. Okay, so it's the exact same method that is in use, call. Okay, I'm sorry, ignore my previous thing because I was referring to controller over there, thinking that it's service. Okay, so we are making use of this call itself over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would just duplicate this. All right, and here instead of get response options, I'll call this options. And instead of this call over here, let's make use of this syntax over here. So I'll just copy this over here. Okay. And I'll come over here and I'll paste it over here. Okay. Something like this. So I'll get rid of this chat model. Okay. Prompt, you can import prompt. Okay. And chat options, you can import this. Okay. So you will see these two imports being added, and these both are coming from the AI. Okay, Spring AI. You can see org.springframework.ai over here. Okay, so if you come over here, we don't need the hard-coded content as well. So you can update this with the prompt variable that you're getting access to or you're having access to. Okay, now over here, you should make a note of this thing. Okay, here you are just simply calling call over here. Right now, this call is overloaded like we saw. Okay, and if you wish to see the overloading, you can either go to the class. Okay, and see how it's overloaded. Okay, now if by chance if you're going to this class, you will get a decompiled version. You need to download all the sources. Okay, it will take some time depending on your internet connection, but then you have the entire source code of the class file. Okay, you can see this is called accepting string message. This is variable number of arguments, and this is accepting a prompt. Okay, now here what we are doing is, I'll just close this. What we are doing is over here, we are making use of prompt, this prompt object. We're passing in the prompt, okay, and we are specifying some options over here, okay. Now, based on these options, the output will be given, okay. So you can see you have options like width model, you can see width temperature, okay, frequency penalty, width function. There are so many options that you can use, okay. Seed as well. Okay, so there are a number of things to customize the output. Okay, but we'll stick to a few over here. With model means the model that you wish to use. Okay, so here if you come to OpenAI, okay, here, and let me search for OpenAI models, something like this. Okay, you can see over here models. So in the documentation, you'll see like these are all the models. Okay. And if you go to GPT-4o, you can see like this is the model name, this is the model name, this is the model name. Okay. So here GPT-4o is being used. You can see GPT-4-o. Okay. So yeah, depending on which model you wish to use, you can pick up the model and you can use it. Okay. So there are quite a few models is what I mean to tell you. You can use a 3.5 model as well. You can change it over here. With temperature, here we are getting an error, so we need to cast this to a float. Okay, so if I select this cast argument to float, it will convert it to F over here, and you can see like everything turning red. The reason it's turning red because we are returning a string, and if you are calling it this way, then the response is of type, you can see over here, chat response. Okay, so chat response is what you will get as the output because you are making use of this particular call over here where it's accepting the prompt over here. Okay. Now what I would do is so if you change this type over here to chat response, the error will go away. Okay, because this is returning chat response over here. But I don't want to do that. I'll keep this to string. Okay, so I'll keep this to string over here. I'll remove this extra semicolon. Okay, I'll get rid of this return statement and I'll add return over here. But here what I'll do is I'll create an instance of chat response. I'll call this response over here. Okay, so we are getting the response and I'm saying response dot. You can see here you get a lot of options. So we'll make use of get result. Okay, I'll say dot, and you have a method called get output. I'll say dot, and you have an option called get content. Okay, so this should work fine. Okay. Now what I will do is, here options are clear, right? We are making use of with model. We're making use of with temperature. Now, if you don't know what temperature is, okay, a temperature is a parameter that controls the randomness of the model's output. Okay. So essentially, if you want the output to be more creative, then you can make the output a little bit more random. Okay. So you might get some creative responses. Or if you want conservative, then you can set it to low temperature. Okay. So high temperature will result in like random responses. Okay. It means it's closer to 1. Lower temperature means it's closer to 0, and it will be much more focused, and it won't be random. Okay. So that's what it means. So here we have set to 0.4 F from the example. Okay. Now what I will do is I'll come over to controller and I'll create one more endpoint. Okay. Over here. So let me duplicate this, and I can say ask AI options over here. And instead of get response, I'll call this as response options. So I'll add options everywhere. And instead of get response, I'll say get response options. Okay. So now we are making use of this options thing over here. I can rerun the application. Let us see how it reruns. Okay. And you can come over here. I'll duplicate this. Okay, let me duplicate this, and here I can rename this to options, and I can rename this to options as well. Okay, and I can run this. It's sending the request. Am I calling the right? Okay, I got an error. Was I calling the right endpoint? Yes, but I got an error. Let us see what the error is. So if you see the stack trace, you'll get this error message over here. Okay, between the stack trace, you'll see the model GPT-4-O does not exist. Okay, so if you see on the website here, okay, the model, if you select GPT-4o, this is the name of the model. Okay, so I'll copy this, and if you come over here, if you see, we are making use of hyphen and extra hyphen over here. So I'll just paste it over here, and I'll run this. Okay, it's surprising that this is what is being used in the documentation. Okay, so you can see this is what is being used in the documentation. Even the float, we got an error for this. Okay, but no problem. That's okay. We are able to fix our own issues. And I'll come over here. Now the endpoint is up and running. I'll just trigger this request again, and I get an output. Okay, you can see I'm AI created by OpenAI. I don't have personal name, but you can call me an assistant. How can I help you today? So this is how you can make use of options over here, and depending on how you configure, you can add some additional configurations depending on your requirement. Okay, so here we have added a couple of them, model and temperature. But if you want to know more about what all options can you add, I would request you all to head over to platform.openai.com/docs/overview. Okay, so this is the documentation of the OpenAI platform. All right. And here you can head over to API reference. This on the right hand side, you can see this API reference. Okay. And then over here, you'll see everything. You can select chat, and under chat, you'll see a lot of stuff over here. You can see request body over here. Okay. So you can see here you have messages, model. So model is the model that you want to use. Okay. You have, if you scroll down, you have max tokens. Okay. So you can specify maximum number of tokens. I'm not sure if here we can specify. Okay. So you can see with max tokens, you are able to specify the max tokens. So what this does is it allows you to specify the maximum number of tokens that can be generated in the chat completion. Okay. So remember that you are being charged on the basis of tokens that you are using, or your API call is using, right? So if you want to limit the number of tokens that are being used for every call, you can set the limit this way, right? Max tokens. You have something called as n over here. Now what is n? So if you come over here and if you say dot n, okay. So you can see with n over here. What is n? So here you can see how many chat completion choices to generate for each input message. So here you will get choice. If you set n as 2, you will get multiple options or multiple outputs, and you can select the output you want. Okay. And default is 1, so we were getting 1 output only. Okay, you have a lot of stuff. You can just scroll. Seed is another thing. Okay, so you can enter your seed. You have temperature, which we spoke about. Okay, sampling temperature between 0 to 2. Higher values like 0.8 will make the output more random. Lower values will make it more focused and deterministic. Okay, so that's how it works. Top P. Okay, so yeah, these are all the parameters. So if you're interested in knowing what all parameters I can use, how can I customize the output that I'm getting from a particular model, so you can refer to this documentation and you can use, so whatever name you see over here, let's say you want to make use of log probs over here, you can read about it. And if you think this is your requirement, you can come over here, you can say, okay, you can come over here and you can say with log, and you can see log props. You'll get that option over here. Okay, so this way you can play around with the input and output. And yeah, I hope this is pretty clear to you. Now you can search for this documentation. Okay, I'm not sure. You can make a note of this URL over here, platform.openai.com docs overview. Okay, or what you can do is if you come to openai.com, OpenAI. Okay, so if I come to openai.com, you can head over to documentation. Okay, so from there you can enter over here. Okay, so you can select documentation from the products. You can enter over here and select API reference, and you can select chat over here then. Okay, I hope this is clear, and I hope all the information that I have given is useful for you to, like, I hope it's enough and useful for you to build your own applications with the integration of AI. So now it's time that we begin talking about how can we build a service that will help us generate images using OpenAI. So what we will do is here in the documentation, okay, here we had, you can see the chat related information under chat model API and then OpenAI. Yeah, so I'll just collapse this. Okay, and you have one more option over here called image model API. So I'll select that one. Okay, and like chat model, we have image model as well that allows us to work with images. Okay, so you have things like image model over here. Okay, then you have image prompt. Okay, this is a prompt that will encapsulate a list of messages which is used to create images. You have image message. Okay, and then you have image options. So like you had chat options where you could customize the input that you're getting or the output that you're getting from the chat model. You can customize the input or the output that you're getting from the image model over here. You can customize the model, width, height, and so on. Okay, image message, this encapsulates the text to use and the weight that the text should have influencing the generated image. So you can represent the prompt essentially using this image message. Okay, you have a response which would represent the response over here. Okay, so whatever output you're getting from the image model, that can be represented using image response. You have image generation over here, and here if you see, you have couple of image related models, OpenAI image generation and Stability AI image generation. So you can either select OpenAI from here, from the left sidebar, or you can select it from here itself. Okay, and here you will see some steps over here. So you need to add the starter. I've added the starter already. We have some properties over here. Okay, retra properties that you have, configuration related properties that you have over here. Okay, if you scroll down, you have this code over here using which you can generate images. Okay, so what I would do is that we would make use of this code over here. Okay, I would switch over here and I would quickly create a service. So instead of chat service, we would have a service called image service. Okay, so I'll say new. Now after doing new, you'll see this option called Java class. So I'll call this particular thing as image service over here. Okay, so this is created. Now what I would do is I would mark this service immediately. Okay, service. And what we need to do is we will make use of, so here in chat service, we were making use of chat model. Okay, here we'll make use of image model. Okay, so you can say image model over here. Now you can see there are different options like image model, and you can even make use of image model from OpenAI. So OpenAI image model. So I'll make use of OpenAI image model over here. Okay, and I'll mark this as private final over here. OpenAI image model. This is done, and add a constructor parameter. So we need to initialize this. So this is done using constructor injection. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to have a method that will help us generate the image. So I can say public, and I can say image response. So this method will return the image response over here. Okay. And I can say generate image over here. Okay. And for generating the image, you will need prompt over here, which is what we are accepting as the parameter. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say OpenAI image model dot call. Okay. So you have this one call over here, which accepts image prompt over here. Okay. You can see the input that it accepts is image prompt. So I'm going to click enter, go to the next line, and over here, I'm going to say new image prompt. Okay. And I'm going to have prompt defined over here. Now image prompt accepts two options. So we are going to have two options. One is a list of messages and other is the image options. Okay. You can even have one option over here. So first let's work with one option. So I'll say prompt, I'll pass in a semicolon. Okay. And we need to return something. Okay. That's what we are getting error for. So image model dot call, and I'll hand over this to image response over here. Okay. Something like this. Okay. Now over here, after this line, I'm going to return image response. Okay. So we are done. I see this warning. So this is redundant. You can inline this variable as well, but I'll just keep this separate for now. Okay. So you have the response, image response, which is being returned to the essentially to the calling whoever is calling. Okay, so whoever is calling this method will get response as the output over here. Okay. Now what you can do is this is done. Okay, so what we did is we are making use of OpenAI image model. Okay, here. So here you can see OpenAI image model is being used. Okay. And this is the exact same prompt that we have written over here. If you see, we just have not added the image options for customization, which we'll be learning about shortly. Okay. But yeah, we are ready with the service that can help us generate the images, and it is returning image response as the output. So now as a next step, once we have the image service set up, so we need a controller for this service. So this service is going to help us generate the image based on the prompt or the input given. But we need a controller which is user facing. So what I would do is I would come over to the same QnA controller. We'll make use of same controller over here. Okay. We would just add an endpoint over here. So I'll just copy this, get mapping, and I would come over here, and over here, instead of get response, I'll say generate images, and here I can have this endpoint as generate images, something like this, or generate image over here. Okay. Request parameter can be a prompt itself. Okay. And instead of chat service, we'll have to make use of image service. So what I will do is I'll say image service over here, image service. Okay. And both are private final over here. Private final for both. Okay. And I'll add this as a constructor parameter so that it can be initialized or auto-wired automatically. Okay, this is done. Okay, this is never used. That's the warning we are getting. So what I would do is I would get rid of this. I would say image service dot generate image. Okay. So this is now returning image response. So we will need to do a little bit of processing over here. So what I would do is I would cut this. I would add this as a statement dot generate image, and I would add prompt over here. Okay. Now this is done, and I would assign this. So since this is generate image, I would assign this to image response. Okay. Image response over here. All right. So we have the image response. Now what you can do is, if you see over here, 1 second. So I'll say image response dot, you have this method over here, get result. Okay, get result dot get output. Okay, so you can make use of this, and you have one more method over here, which is get URL. So this is going to give you the URL of the image that is being generated. Okay, and over here you can accept this as a string. So you can say URL over here, something like this. Okay, and you have image URL. What you can do is, here you can say response. Okay, so we need to redirect this. Okay, so what we can do is, we can directly open this URL. So one way is you display the URL onto the browser. Okay, or you can redirect the user to this URL. So what I would do is, I would redirect the user to the URL. For that, I'm going to need HTTP servlet response. Okay, so servlet response over here, and I need an object of the same here, and I'm going to say response dot redirect. Okay, send redirect is what we'll make use of, and I'll say image URL. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I'm getting an error over here. What is the error about? Okay, so there might be an exception, so you need to add exception to the method signature. One more error. Okay, so it says required type is string, but it returns nothing. So I'll just change this to void for now. Okay, this is done, and we need to delete the return statement over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. All right, we have this controller being set as well. Now let us test this. I'll just run this and let us see what the output looks like. Okay, so it's up and running, and I'll come over here. Let me duplicate this over here. Duplicate, generate image. Okay, and over here I have generate image, and prompt can be, we can add whatever prompt we want. So I'll say cute cat. Okay, and I'll copy this. Actually, I'm not going to trigger this in Postman, but what we can do is, we can trigger this in the browser, because we are anyways redirecting the user to the image, right? So I'll say localhost 8080, a generate image, prompt is cute cat on a porch. Okay, let me say enter, and let's see what the output looks like, whether we get any sort of errors over here. There's no error on the stack. Okay, all right, we see the image. You can see the image is generated, and this is the URL that we got from OpenAI, and you can see we are being redirected to this image over here. Okay, it's a very cute cat. If you want, you can save this image by right clicking and saving it. I'm just going to do that, because this image is not going to last on this URL forever. Okay, these URLs are temporary, so if you want to save these images, you can save it in your application. So I've saved the image. Okay, right click and save. That's how you can save it. So this is done. You can even trigger this right from the Postman as well, and you will see the image being generated over here. Right, so that is also a thing over here. But one thing over here is, let us take a look at the entire flow as to what happened. Okay, let us understand. So first thing is, we had a controller that intercepted the request that we sent out to our application. So this controller took the prompt over here. Okay, and we are accepting this as a request parameter, and we called the service over here using the prompt. Now within the service, what we are doing is, we're making use of OpenAI image model, and we are making use of call method over here to generate a image prompt, and we are sending the prompt over here this way using the new image prompt option, and we are getting the image response like this. We are returning the image response, and over here in the controller, you're getting the response, you're getting the result, the output, and the URL like this. Okay, so if you take a look at the chat service,
you had a chat response. So there you have an image response. Here you have a chat response. Okay. Now for chat response, you did response.getResult.getOutput.get a content because you were getting content over here. But here, instead of content after get output, you're making use of get URL because you're getting a URL over here. Now there are two ways or two approaches to deal with this URL. You either return the URL over here. I could have returned this string over here. But what I choose to do is I got this response object over here, which is the HTTP servlet response object. And I made use of redirect over here to redirect the user to this image URL so that the URL is displayed in the browser itself. Okay. I hope this makes sense. So you can even return this URL if you're consuming this image on the front end. All right. So that's our progress so far. And I hope you have some good clarity about the flow and how you can make use of image model to generate images.
So now we have the endpoint ready and working for generating an image based on the prompt that we give to the API. Now there will be scenarios wherein you might want to have a better control on the image that is generated. Now what I mean by better control is you might want to customize like the dimensions of the image. You might want to customize the number of images that are being generated. So right now we have only one image that is being generated and we are actually redirecting the user to it, right? But you might want to have a better control and you might want to specify some options at a granular level. So here, if you come to the documentation of Spring AI, here if you see this image model API and if you select OpenAI, you see like there are different options that are being passed. Okay, we have not passed these options. So you can pass options like the quality. You can specify the quality here. You can specify the number of images that are generated. You can specify the height and the width as well of the images. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over here, all this option, and this is simply a parameter in the call method. Okay, so what you can do over here is if you come over here, you go to the service, image service, and here in the call, you'll see like there are multiple implementations of call over here. So this is one where you are passing in the image prompt. We are just passing in the image prompt. You can, if you scroll up, okay, I'm not seeing one more option where you can also enter. One second, so it's not showing in this class. So I'll just say over here, image model, OpenAI image model dot call. Okay, so it's okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So it's not the multiple parameters in the call, but instead it's the multiple parameter in the image prompt. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So the parameter is being passed in the image prompt and not the call. Okay, not the call method. So here if you see image prompt, if you open this, okay, you can see over here, this is what we have made use of. So for image prompt, we have made use of instructions. Okay, here you can even pass in the image options, right? So I'm going to make use of this option now. Okay, so I'm going to say comma over here, and I'm sorry, not over here. So I'm going to put comma over here, enter, and I'm going to pass in the image options. And I'll need to import this OpenAI image option. So I'm going to just import this, something like this. Okay. Now you can see these options like with quality, this is N. Now what does N mean? N meaning the number of images that you want as the output. Height, you can even see width over here that is being defined. Okay. So let me do a thing. I will copy this over here. Okay. And I'll paste it over here. Okay, and I would also have the earlier version of code here. I won't change that. Okay, so I have this earlier version of the code, and this is being done, new image prompt, and I'll close this. Okay, so this is the earlier version of the code, earlier version of image response being created. I'll just comment this out. Okay, so this was a simpler one, and here we are now having more granular control wherein we are passing in some options here. We are specifying some options. Okay. Now over here you have multiple options like with height, with model, with N, with quality, width, response format, style, and all of this. Okay.
If you want to know more about what each option means, what you can do is you can go to OpenAI.com. Under products, you can go to the documentation here. Okay. And you can here then click on OpenAI reference on the top right. And then you'll see this page being loaded. Then over here, you can select images over here. See this? Now, if you select images, you'll see the parameters that are being accepted by the API itself. So you can see prompt. A prompt is nothing but the description of the desired image. This is the limit, 1000 characters for DALL-E2. Now, it also depends which model you are using, right? So DALL-E2 is one model, DALL-E3 is one model. Model is a parameter that you can use over here to specify the model explicitly. Okay. This option defaults to what? DALL-E2. So if you want to specify a model over here, you can specify with model, you can see, and you can specify the name of the model over here. Okay. It's totally your call. You can customize this. Okay. But default one is DALL-E2. There is one parameter called N. Now, if you want multiple images to be generated, so let's say you are building an application where you just don't want single image. You want multiple images to be generated. So if a user enters a picture of a cat sitting on a porch, you might want to show him 3 options and he has an option to choose one. So if that sort of application is what you're building, then you need to set N to 3, right? Because you want 3 images, 3 image options. And you can see the option over here, like the range over here is from 1 to 10 and this defaults to 1 over here. But remember, if you're making use of this DALL-E3 model, then the N allowed over here is only 1. So if you try to pass in N as greater than 1 for this model, okay, you're going to get an error that this value of N is not supported for this model. It won't execute. Okay. But right now what is happening is the default model is DALL-E2 and default N is 1. So if you want, you can increase this. Okay. So since we have not specified model over here, we have the N value over here to 4. Okay. Now keep in mind, the more number of images that you are generating, the higher will be the token utilization in your OpenAI account. Okay. Just keep this in mind. Okay. Don't underestimate this because like you can have, because this is going to cost you ultimately. Okay. Response format, like what sort of response do you want? Do you want URL or base64 JSON? Okay. Now keep in mind, URL is only valid for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. If you try to access this URL, this is one of the URLs that we have after 60 minutes, it won't work. Alright, so keep that in mind. So now then you have size over here. Now what sort of size you want? So just take a look here. Like you can have a granular control, like you can even specify the size. So you can specify I want 256 by 256, 512 by 512. 1024 by 1024. Okay. And these are the only sizes available for DALL-E2. And these are the sizes available for DALL-E3. Okay. So be sure to pass in the right size. Otherwise you will get an error again. Style. You can specify the style. What sort of images you want. Do you want vivid, natural? Okay. Now vivid causes the model to lean towards generating hyper-real and dramatic images. And natural causes the model to produce more natural and less hyper-real looking images. Okay. And this parameter is only supported for DALL-E3. Okay. User. So you can have a unique identifier representing your end user. Okay. So these are the options, and whatever options you are seeing here on the OpenAI website, you will see all these options appear over here. Okay. So it's totally up to you as to what you want to use, but I'll stick to HD. N is equal to, I'll stick to 3 over here. Width height 1024 and width is 1024. Okay. Now the thing over here is, once we switch to multiple image generation or this thing returning multiple images, what would happen is if you come over here in AI controller, okay, here which URL should you redirect to? So we should switch over to a different code over here. Instead of returning or redirecting the user to the image URL and opening the image URL, you should essentially just show the list of image URLs. I believe that is what you should do. So what I would do is I would just comment this out. I'll first copy this, then comment this out over here. Okay. This is done. And then over here, what you can do is we are passing in, we have image response. Okay, then we will get the image URL over here. Now, if you are returning multiple images, okay, from the service, what would happen is this image response is going to have multiple URLs in it. Okay, so getting or extracting the URL this way won't work. So I'll get rid of this. What we will have to do is we will have to make use of streams to get URLs, okay, from image response. Okay, and how are we going to do this? So we are going to say over here, I'm going to say image response, and I'm going to say dot get results. Okay, get results. So you can see instead of doing get result, I'm doing get results. So this is giving me the list of image generations, right? So I'll get this, and I'm going to convert this list to stream. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of map over here, and I'm going to apply a transformation. So I'm going to say result over here, and here I'm going to say result dot get output dot get URL, something like this. Okay, so I'm getting the URL for each result, and I'm going to say collect. So let me see, collect to a list. I want to collect this to a list, so I can say collect, and I'll say collectors dot to list. Okay, to list is over here. Okay, so you can see over here what we are doing is we are converting this first of all to stream. Okay, then we are making use of this map transformation where we are saying for every result you need to get the output and get the URL for every result, and then for every result that you are getting you need to collect this for into the list, not for. So for the results that you're getting, you need to collect this into a list. So the result would be the list of URLs. Okay, so you can collect this as list, and I can say list of string over here, and you can say it's image URLs. Okay, something like this. All right, I'm getting a red line over here, so this can be replaced with this to list over here. Okay, that's fine. Now over here I can just return. Now I can say return image URLs. Okay, now this is not the return type expected, so if I hover on this, you'll have an option to make generate images return a list, which I'll happily do. Okay, so this is done. Okay, it's giving me suggestion to inline this, but I just separated these two steps to show you step by step working on this. Okay, now let us test this. Okay, and what I'm also going to do is I'm going to run this in debug mode. All right, I'll run this in debug mode, and I'm going to have a debugger over here. So let me scroll up. So on this line over here, I'm going to have a debugger. Okay, sorry, not a debugger, a breakpoint over here. Okay, and we are going to analyze the result that we get into image response. Okay, that is what we are going to analyze. All right, so this is running, up and running. What we can do is now head over to the browser. Okay, I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to say generate image. Okay, or 1 second. So this is the prompt over here that I have. Okay, it's a prompt for a beautiful sunset over the mountains. Okay, over the mountains on sunny day, something like this I can mention. Okay, now this is the prompt that I'll make use of. Okay, let me call this endpoint, and let us see what is the output that we get. Okay, now since we are running this in debug mode, ideally, we get an error over here. What is the error? So let me scroll up over here. Okay, you must provide n is equal to 1 for this model. All right, why is that so? So let me go to image service, which is the model in use. Let me see. So the model in use right now should be DAL E2. 1 second. So for DAL E3, okay, so I believe it defaults to DAL E3 and not DAL E2. Okay, so you can have multiple images being generated using DAL E2, right? So what I will do is I'll copy this DAL E2 over here. I'll come over here. I'll say dot with model, and DALL-E 2 over here. Okay, since I have multiple images. Now I'll rerun this in debug mode. Okay, so let me stop this right now and let me run in debug mode. Okay, let us see how things look like. And it's running. Okay, let me come over here now to the browser and let me refresh this prompt. Okay, you should ideally see this hitting the breakpoint. Okay, we get an error again. Strange. Let me scroll up. Rate limit exceeded. Oh, okay. So there was an error called rate limit exceeded and we get a response. But here if you see, okay, 1 second. Here if you see the run output, okay, there's no error. The error is gone. Okay, so there was some error that I saw, I think, for rate limit exceeded. Okay, but let us switch over to debug mode. And here you can see, this is what happened over here, image response. So I have this prompt over here. Okay, so keep in mind, the image service has been called right now. So image service was called with the prompt. The execution happened over here for image service. What happened is this part was executed, okay, wherein the image was being generated with the specifications. All right, and now we have got a list, or I should say now we have got an image response. Now let us analyze the image response. So here if you see, this is image response. Okay, and if you open this, you can see you have image generations over here. The size of this is 3. Now how is this 3? Because here you have specified n as 3 in the image service. Okay, so this has returned 3 over here. Now if you open this, you can see there are 3 image generations. Okay, if you want to know what image generation is, okay, you can come over here. All right, and you can go to, I would say, the API reference over here. Where's the API reference? So image model, API reference, and you should click on image model API over here. And you will have image generations over here. Okay, you can see image generation. Okay, here. Image generation class extends this to represent the output response and related metadata from the result. So whatever image is being generated is being represented by this class. Okay, that is what it means. So here if you see, if you expand this 0, you will see image generation metadata and the image itself. You can see this is the image. And this is the image generation metadata. Okay, so the URL, this is the URL of the image. If you expand this, you'll have everything. Okay, and you're getting base64 JSON as null. Okay, so you're getting 3. And what we are doing is, if you see here in the controller, you're seeing image response.getResults.stream. So you're getting this list of responses. Then you're mapping the result to get the URL over here. You're getting the URL, and URL is here in the image itself, you can see. And then you're converting that to the list of URLs, right? And if you say resume, okay, you should see an output over here in the output window. You can see. Let me zoom out a bit. You can see, like, this is the output, and you can see there are 3 image URLs. This is 1, okay. From here starts the second, and from here starts the third. Okay, I can copy this and paste each image URL in the browser to see the output. So this is the third one. I'll paste in the second one over here. Okay, and I'll also paste in the first one. Okay, so you're getting an array of URLs. I hope this is making sense. You can see 3 image URLs. Okay, depending on what input we give over here. Okay, so that's how it is working. Okay. Oh, we are again into, this was again being executed. So I'll just run this and I'll remove the breakpoint. I don't need the breakpoint. Okay. So yeah, this is done and we have the response. I hope this is making sense now as to what happened, why it happened, and how it happened. Okay. All these 3 things are important. Okay. So yeah, I hope this is pretty insightful. And with this, like, you can have unlimited applications. You can build a stock photo generator. Okay, so for example, you can show user these 4 images. Okay, you can integrate AI into your application, and if you want to generate an image, you can pass in the prompt. You can have 4 images being generated. You can show user these 4 images. Okay, and then user can select one. Okay, if you have an application where you want or to auto generate a cover picture, for example, using AI. So you can ask the user to enter the prompt, or you can automatically create the prompt from the profile information, and you can create cover image, show him the options, and user can select. So there are n number of applications as to how you can deal with this. But this is an API, right? This is backend. This is API. Now this can be consumed by the front end, whether it's a mobile app or whether it's the browser-based application or whether it's a client like Postman. This can be consumed, and whoever is consuming this, okay, you can make use of these URLs to display the images. All right. Now keep in mind one thing over here. One thing I want to highlight and stress upon, that the URLs that you're getting over here is temporary. Okay. So you'll see, okay, somewhere I read that the URL is temporary and it is cleared in 1 hour, like almost 60 minutes. You can see over here, URLs are valid only for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. So keep this in mind. If you're building an application where you want to store the images, you should not store the URLs. Okay, because URL is going to be cleared. It's a temporary URL. So you need to save the image or store the image itself into your application. You need to get the image from the URL. Okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind. All right. And yes, you can customize the size as well over here. Right now, we have not done a lot of customization with size. We have kept it 1024, 1024, but you can change it to 512, 512, and so on. Okay, you can play around with the options. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and understand everything as to what is happening with the image generation and how you can have a better grip on the image that is being generated. And I hope this has been an insightful session. So right now what we are doing is we are having options over here using which we are customizing or having a better control over the images that are being generated. Now what we can do is we can bring these options to the user, right? So user can also provide the model that he can make use of. The user can also give an input on how many number of images he wishes to see. User can also give an input on the height and width. Okay, so you can accept all of these in the controller itself over here. Okay, so here in generate images, we are just accepting one thing as the request parameter, but you can in fact accept all of that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to parameterize a lot of stuff. So I'm going to add few parameters over here. Okay, so here we have the parameter for prompt. So I'll copy this and I'll paste this over here, and instead of prompt, I will have the value over here. Okay, value, and let me put this into a different format over here. Okay, because I want to specify the default value as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say over here value, and what is the value? I can add a quality over here, something like this. Okay, I can add default value over here. Now what is the default value over here? I can have HD as the default value. Okay, so if user does not provide this parameter in the input, that's completely fine. Okay, and I can basically have a default value in place, and I can specify the name over here as quality. Okay, so we have prompt, we have quality over here. What I can do is let me copy this entire thing right now, and we'll duplicate or replicate the same format for everyone. Okay, so I can put comma, I can paste this over here. Okay, I can even skip this value tag over here if you wish to. Okay, it's not mandatory. So here you can have default value, and this can be n over here, n, and you can have a default value for n as 1 over here. Sorry, 1. Okay, so we accepted n, we accepted this. Now I'll add a comma here, comma, and you can add a parameter for width over here. Okay, I'll just width over here, and the default value is 1024. Okay, I can put in a comma, and default value is 1024. Sorry, 24, and instead of width I can add height over here, something like this. Okay, so I have quality now, and the value of width, the height as well. Model I'm not accepting over here. That's absolutely fine. Okay, model is something that we can have control over. Now I can pass in all these parameters over here. I can say quality, I can say width, I can say height over here. Okay, and I can add all of these parameters over here. So I can come over here and let me comment this out now. Okay, let me copy this and let me comment this out, and I'll add over here. Okay, now over here I can add parameters like after prompt I can have quality. Okay, I can have string n over here, or instead of string I can accept this as integer n. Okay, I can have string width. Okay, or you can have integer over here. I don't know why we are accepting string over here, height over here. Okay, let me see if this is okay. These all are strings, so I'll change this to int. Okay, something like this. All right, still it's not matching. Expected 5 but found 4. So let me see what the problem is. Prompt quality n width height. Okay, so prompt quality n. Okay, I missed n over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have these parameters being passed into the service now. Now over here in the service, what we can do is we can make use of these parameters. Okay, so here instead of quality I can specify quality over here. Instead of 3 over here I can specify n. Okay, and here I can have height, and here instead of width I can have like hard-coded width I can have this. Okay, so yeah, this is done and we have this ready. Let me, okay, I won't run this in debug mode, I'll just run it normally. Okay, and I'll copy this query over here. Okay, I'll come over here to Postman and I'll duplicate this generation of image over here. Okay, and I'll add this prompt. Okay, so actually we should not have duplicated this. Let me delete this. Oops, I duplicated again. Let me delete, and let me delete this as well. Okay, so I have this prompt over here. Okay, now prompt, you can see the prompt here. I can add things like quality over here. Now quality, it has a default value of HD. Okay, but I can add one more parameter. I can say n is 2. I'm adding 2 over here. I have width, I can add 5 and 2. Okay, I have height, I can add height over here as 5 and 2, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, I think we are all set. We can send in the request over here. Ideally we should see 2 images being generated. All right, and this will take some time. I hope it do not get any sort of errors here. Okay, you get the response. You can see this is one response. Okay, and I can like copy the URL over here, this URL. Okay, and I can head over to the browser and paste it. Okay, you can see the image is smaller, 5 and 2 by 5 and 2. Okay, and yeah, it's done, and we have only 2 images being generated. Okay, so this can be controlled, and this every parameter is optional. If you see, like we have the default values for every parameter, right? We have default values for every parameter except the prompt. So all of these are optional in a way, right? You don't need to compulsorily add these parameters. I can uncheck any of the parameters and I can send in a request with the rest. All right. So yeah, that's how you can parameterize the values over here. Okay. So what we are doing over here with this step over here is we had some granular control, like the ability to do to control the output in a way, right? We had the ability to control the output in a way within the service using OpenAI image options. So what we did is we transferred this control to the user over here via the controller. Of course, there are a set of default values that we have. So if user does not pass this parameter, we have the default value of 1. Okay, for these also we have the default value. For this also we have the default value. So nothing is mandatory except the prompt. All right. But user now has much more granular control on what can be passed in and what cannot be. All right. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful so far. Now we know how you can generate the images and how you can get response in the form of text from the AI model. Now let us implement a use case wherein you could create a recipe from the list of ingredients, and you can allow user to also specify any sort of cuisine if he has anything in mind, or you can even ask the user to specify any sort of dietary restrictions. So user can specify the list of ingredients, or you can specify the list of ingredients and cuisine, the dietary restrictions, and you get a recipe based on what you have provided as an input. Okay. So this is just an use case that I'm trying to demonstrate to you. And in this process, you will also understand how you can create prompt templates. Okay. So there will be scenarios wherein you might want to have a template in place, and you will have a template wherein there will be values that are dynamically replaced based on the user input. That is something that we'll explore. All right. So what I will do is I will have a new service over here. Or what I can do, or let me have a new service. Okay, let us keep this thing separate. So I'll call this as recipe service. Okay, since we are talking about recipe, and I'll immediately mark this as service over here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is if I'll collapse this first of all, and here in the chat service, I'll copy this over here. Okay, so let me copy this. And instead of chat service, I'll have recipe service. Okay, I have chat model over here. Now over here, I'll have a method. So initialization for chat model is done. I can have a method over here called create recipe. Okay, and this particular method will accept few parameters like string ingredients. Okay, I can have string cuisine. Okay, I can have string dietary restrictions, something like this. Okay, and within the method, so let me take all of this on new line so that it's pretty clear as to what the method is taking in. All right, and within this method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft a prompt first of all. Okay, I'm going to have dynamic variables within the prompt, and then based on these inputs, I'm going to have those dynamic variables being replaced, and then I'm going to give in that prompt as an input to the chat model. Okay, so let me create a template first. So I'll create a template over here. Okay, so var template, and I'll create a template over here. Okay, so I'll say I want to create a recipe. Okay, so this is the input that will go to the chat model. Okay, or OpenAI over here. Okay. I'll say using the following requirements. Okay, something like this. Oh, sorry, using the following ingredients, I should say. Okay, and you'll have the ingredients being populated over here. Okay, so I can say ingredients over here. Okay, be sure to have the right spellings, otherwise, so this should be equal, like be sure to have the right spellings. Okay, because you're going to map this later on. All right, now over here I can say the cuisine type I prefer is, you can have the cuisine specified over here. Okay, I'll have the cuisine. So actually matching with this spelling won't matter, but when we are mapping it, we will have a key to be specified. So that is the spelling that you're supposed to match. Okay, let me show that to you in the next step over here. Okay, instead of a comma over here, I should have a full stop, and over here also instead of comma, I should have a full stop. Okay, we are actually giving this as an input. We are going to give this as an input, and I'm going to say please consider the following dietary restrictions. Okay, and I can have the dietary restrictions over here. Okay, so I'll add the dietary restrictions over here, full stop, and I'll say please provide me. So I've given the input as, this is the recipe. I want to create a recipe using following ingredients. This is the cuisine I'm looking for, and this is my dietary restrictions. Okay, now what you need to provide me is, you need to provide me with a detailed recipe, including, so we need to tell what all the output should include, otherwise it would be random, okay, or it would be varying for every API call. So I can say list of ingredients, okay, so list of ingredients, and you can say cooking instructions, okay, something like this. All right, and you have this ending over here. You'll close this with a semicolon. All right, so pretty clear. This is a template we are going to make use of. Okay, now what you can do is you can make use of prompt template over here. Okay, now I can come over here and I can say prompt template. Prompt template is equal to new prompt template. Okay, and I can pass in the template that I've created. Okay, so I have an object of prompt template now. Okay, and this I'm getting from Spring Framework AI chat prompt. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a map which is going to have a key value pair, and this is going to be string, and this is other thing is going to be an object over here. Okay, I'm going to call this as params. Okay, and here I'm going to say map of. Okay, and let me create a map here. So I'm going to say the first map is ingredients. Okay, and I'm going to say ingredients over here, comma, cuisines, and I can say cuisine over here, dietary restrictions. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll add this, comma, this over here. Okay, so this is done. Now be sure to have a right spelling over here. Okay, because this name over here that you're using, this key over here, is what is being is what is going to be mapped over here. Okay, so ingredients, cuisine, dietary restrictions, and it's going to be dietary restrictions over here. Okay, this one. Yeah. All right, so this is done. The map is created. What we will do now is we'll create a prompt. Okay, so we need a prompt. I'll say prompt is equal to, we'll make use of prompt template dot, I'll say create over here, and you can see you can pass in the map, and you can insert a map over here and the object over here. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to add the params here. Okay, because template is something that we are already providing over here. Okay, so I'll say create and I'll pass in params, something like this. Okay, this is done. Now what I can do is I can say chat model dot call, and I can pass in the prompt over here. Okay, and I can say get result dot get output dot get content, something like this. Okay, so this will give us the message over here. All right, and you can accept this as a string over here, or you can simply return this. Okay, so I'll return this and we are done. Okay, so this is what this is how we're making use of a template to replace the variables. So this template has dynamic variables in it. We are making use of map over here to replace those with values on runtime. Okay, and then we are creating a prompt, and then we are getting the response using the call method over here. Okay, and we are fetching the result, output, and content over here. Okay, so this is set recipe service. Now what we need to do is we'll go to the controller over here. Okay, now in controller we need to have an endpoint here, right? So I'll straight away copy this. I can in fact copy this entire, or I'll just copy this much. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Now instead of generate image, this can be recipe creator. Okay, something like this. You can call the endpoint whatever you want to, and you can say over here recipe creator over here as the method name. All right, and you can say request param. I can specify the default value if I want to, but for this one I don't want to. I want to have the list of ingredients compulsorily. Okay, ingredients as compulsory thing, and I'll add a comma here. I'll just scroll down. Okay, I will duplicate this over here. request param, and here I can say cuisine. Okay, something like this, and here I can specify the default parameters over here. So I can say default value is any. Okay, so any is the default value. So cuisine can be any is what we are telling the model if there is nothing provided. Okay, and I'll just copy this over here, paste it again, and here I can have default value for dietary restriction is empty. So there is no dietary restriction, and I can say dietary restrictions here. Okay, so this is done, and now what we can do is I'll have this method body over here. Now this method body is going to be really simple. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to return recipe service. Okay, we don't have an instance of recipe service, so I'll scroll up. I'll say private final recipe service here, and I'll add this as the constructor parameter over here. I'll scroll down, and here I'll say recipe service dot create recipe. I can pass in ingredients, I can pass in cuisine, I can pass in dietary restrictions over here. Okay, and now we are set. The problem is with the return type, we are expecting to return list of string. Okay, because we copy pasted this from the previous signature. So I'll just get rid of the list part over here. We don't need to return a list. Okay, we can return the text. All right, so this is done and it's all set. Let me run the application and let us see if we are getting any sort of errors. Okay, ideally we should not get any sort of errors, but it should work absolutely okay. All right, yeah, we are not getting any sort of errors. All right, I'll come over here now. Okay, and I'll just duplicate this here. Okay, and I'll say this is recipe creator. Okay, and this is recipe creator. Okay, and we have the prompt over here. Now what is the prompt? So you can pass in the values over here. So prompt is let's say I want olives. Okay, I can pass in potatoes. Okay, you can pass in whatever ingredients you want. Okay, this will be ingredients. All right, and let us try sending this much. Let us see what is the output we get. Okay, you can see we have an output here. All right, you can see title olive potato salad. Okay, it gave me olive potato salad because I entered only two things. So you can see these are the ingredients: onion, okay, olive oil, vinegar, salt and pepper, and then it has given me instructions. Okay, you can see, right? Now you change the output, you change the input, the output format won't change because you have clearly mentioned here in the template. Okay, when creating the service, you have clearly mentioned here in the template, this is what I want. Okay, this is the ingredients, this is the cuisine, this is the dietary restrictions, and how I want the output. So this is also important. Okay, if I skip this line, the output won't be consistent, right? Sometimes it will provide me detailed cooking instructions. Sometimes it will provide me cooking instructions with title. Sometimes it won't provide me ingredients. Okay, so all of this would happen, but I've clearly mentioned over here, I want title, list of ingredients and cooking instructions. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward now. Okay, you can add over here dietary restrictions over here. Okay, something like this. You can say gluten free, for example, whatever you want to add. What else? What are the parameter we had? We had cuisine. Okay, so cuisine. You can add Chinese. Okay, so I'll just send this. Let us see what the output looks like. What we can make using olives and potatoes in Chinese. Chinese olive and potato stir fry. Interesting. Pretty creative. 2 medium potatoes, peeled, dice. Okay, olives, garlic. Nice. Okay, and it has given me step by step cooking instructions. pretty decent. Okay, and you can make use of this for different things. Okay, now this is just a use case recipe creator based on the ingredients. All right, you can implement this in the ways you want. Okay, if you have any sort of custom requirement, for example, if you want to build a customer support bot, for example, okay, you can have a template like this and you can have formatted it the way you want, and based on what the user provides as the input, you can have the output over there. Okay, so yeah, this is how you can make use of this thing over here to improve your application that you're working on. All right, I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we go ahead with our React development, and we have done a decent amount of progress with our backend APIs, which we are doing in Spring Boot. What I'm going to do is I am first going to create a React project, and for that I'm going to navigate to the directory of my choice. So right now over here I am, if I say pwd, you'll get to see the present working directory wherever you are. Okay, now what I would do is I would say cd and I would paste the path where I want the application or the React project to be created. Okay, so this is a path where I want my React project to be created, and here if I do ls, you will see this is the Spring Boot project that we have created, and this is the version that we downloaded from the Spring Initializer website. That is what it's called. All right, so I'll do a clear. Okay, I am in the directory of my choice. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command that will help me set up my React application. So I'm going to say npx, and you can see I start to get a suggestion because I've been using this command a lot. All right, so we are going to make use of this create React app, which is a tool which will help us generate our application. So I'm going to say create. Even though I'm getting the suggestion, I would prefer typing in. Okay, I'll say create React app, and I'll add the application name. So I'm going to say Spring AI, and I'll say demo React. Okay, so this is a React project. That is what it means. Okay, or yeah, I'm right over here with respect to the project name. I'll say enter. Now the moment you say enter, you are going to see some processing happening over here, wherein this tool called create React app comes into play, and it starts downloading and getting all the necessary dependencies. Okay, so you'll have to wait for a while until this processing is complete, and the time it takes will depend on your internet connection speed and your computer processing power. So hang on for a while over there. So you can see my React project was created, and of course to run this command over here, if you're familiar with React, you need Node.js. Okay, so this is done, and yeah, everything is done. You can see this entire stack trace over here. Okay, and here in the end it has given you a success message where our React application was created along with a set of few commands to get started. So you can see npm start stands for development, like starting the development server. Npm run build is to deploy it to the production. Okay, it will bundle the app into static files for production deployment. Okay, then you have a couple of more commands, like one for running the test runner, another one is to npm run eject. Okay, so this is something that you can even run. Here there are a couple of like suggestions it has given. So it is telling you like navigate to this directory over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll navigate to this directory, and it's saying you should npm run start. Okay, so the moment you run this command npm start, okay, what will happen is the server would be started, the local server, which I'll copy over here. Okay, you can copy this local server URL, and I have the browser open, and over here you can see the application up and running. Okay, right, and it's also giving you some tip: edit src/app.js and save to reload. So whatever changes you make in this particular file will be reflected over here. All right, now once we have this thing done over here, the server up and running, what you can do is you can open Visual Studio Code. Okay, if you are using Visual Studio Code for a while, you're going to see all the recent projects over here. So I'll just close this welcome screen. And what you need to do over here in Visual Studio Code is you need to go to File, you need to go to Open Folder, and you need to, once you click on Open Folder, it will open up a file chooser, okay? And from there you need to navigate to the folder where you created your React application. You need to select the React app and you need to say OK. So let me do that for you. So I do have navigated to the directory where I created this application. You can see this is the application Spring AI Demo React. Okay. So if you go inside, you'll see all the project related folders. But what we need to do is I'll come a step backward and I'll select this React application, the root folder, and I'll say select the folder. Now what this will do is it will open your application into Visual Studio Code with the entire directory structure within this folder onto the left. Okay. And this will enable you to get started with your React application. Now over here, if you see under SRC, you have this app.js, which is something that this landing page was referring to. Okay. Now whatever changes I make over here, so this page that you're seeing over here is coming in from this file. Okay, you can see edit src/app.js and save to reload. Okay, if I say save to reload 1 and if I save this, if you see this, you'll see reload 1 over here. Okay, whatever changes you make over here will be immediately reflected on the browser. Okay, you don't need to restart your server or something like that. It's completely dynamic. Okay, also another part I'll mention is my application is running here in the external terminal. Okay, now the thing is I don't want to make use of any external terminal to start my React application. So what you can alternatively do is I'll shut the server. You can say Control C or Command C on Mac. Okay, it will shut the server. I'll just close this app now. Now our application is not running. Okay, if you refresh, it's not running. Okay, so you can see. So what you need to do is you can like go to terminal over here like this, and you can run the same command npm start over here. So if you see, this is an inbuilt terminal within Visual Studio Code, and if you run pwd, you're going to see the complete path where your application is residing. Okay, and you are now in the root folder. Okay, so what you can do is you can run npm start and start your server from here itself. Okay, you can see the server is up and running. I'll switch over to that same browser and you can see it's up and running. And you have an option to like add more terminals if you wish to by clicking on this plus icon. Okay, so you can open multiple terminals and play around with it. All right. So yeah, I'll just remove this one and we have our application up. So I hope you have been able to follow along. All right. And I would just collapse this for now. Just drag it down and it collapses and our server is running without any external terminal over here. We are just making use of the inbuilt terminal that we get within Visual Studio Code. So I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this was useful. So now we have our React application done. We need to begin writing some custom code for ourselves. So this is the boilerplate code that we have got when we created our new React app, right? And this is something that you will get with every React project. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, since now we know that app.js is what is the main file that is rendering the application, I'm going to customize this. All right. So within this div section, so you can see over here, this is the app component that is returning this code over here. So I'm going to just get rid of everything over here, including the header over here. And if I say save over here, you'll see the screen turns black. Oh, sorry, not black, white. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to start writing code that we need in our application. Okay. And for that, we're going to need a state. Okay. Now what is the state we are going to need and why are we going to need? So we are going to have multiple tabs, right? So in our application, we are going to demonstrate multiple functionalities like image generator, the prompt chat, and the recipe generator. We have multiple APIs in the backend for this, right? So for image generator, we can have the interface set up in the image generator tab. For the prompt chat wherein you just send a message to the AI and AI responds with the response. Okay. What you can do is you can have another tab saying chat over there, right? And then you can have a third tab called recipe generator. All right. So whatever APIs we have done over here that you see, okay, where is the controller? All these APIs will be consumed from individual tabs, right? And what we would do is we need individual tabs over there, right? And to manage the active state of the tab, we need a state, right? And for that, we're going to make use of state, right? So we need to begin doing that. So here at the top, I'm going to add import. I'm going to say import React, and I'm also going to say use state over here. Okay. So we need to import it this way over here, and I need to get rid of this. All right. So I've imported React and use state over here. Now I need to start defining the states. So I need to say const. I'll add a state over here. I'll say active tab. Okay. And I'll say set active tab over here. Okay. And over here, I can say use state, and I'll add the state as image hyphen generator, something like this. So default value for the state is image generator. Okay. And what I would do is I would come over here. Okay. So we have this state now, and over here, what I can do is I can start having buttons. Okay. So I'll have button, and I'll have the text over here, image generator, something like this. I'll have G caps. Okay. I'll get rid of this space, and I'll duplicate this. I'll just copy this and paste it over here. And the next one can be chat over here. Okay. And then I can have one more, which can be called recipe generator. So I can just remove this recipe. Okay. So this is recipe generator. And now if you come over here, you'll see these three buttons. Okay. There's no CSS as such as of now. Okay. So don't worry about that. We'll get everything done slowly. But right now you can see these are not three images. These are three buttons that you see on the screen. Okay. On the click of image generator, you should see the UI that enables us to generate stock photo images using AI should render. On the click of chat, the interaction that you need to do with the AI APIs, that should render. And on click of recipe generator, the interface that allows you to interact with the recipe generating APIs should render. All right. So that is what we are going to do over here. Okay. Now, what you can do over here is you can update. So here you can see this is set active tab, right? So what you can do is on the click of the button, you can update the state to reflect the active tab. All right. That is something that you can do. So what I will do is I'll have a function over here. I'll say const handle tab change over here. Okay. And I'll have a parameter over here called tab, something like this. And this got imported. And over here, I can say make use of this over here. And yeah, we have this function created. And what you can do here is you can say console.log, or you can even display an alert. Okay, so we'll just display an alert for a while. And you can say tab over here. Okay, and you can also update the state over here to set active tab. You can say set active tab to that of tab over here. Okay, something like this. All right. Now this function should get called on the click of the button. Okay. So what you can do is you can say over here on click. So you get this suggestion, and here you can say like this, and you can say handle tab change, and you can pass in image generator. All right. So this is done for image generator. You can copy this. Okay, and you can paste this over here. Instead of image generator, you can say chat over here. And here you can say recipe generator. Okay, this is done. So now let us see how our application behaves. So if I click over here, it says image generator. If I click on recipe generator, you can see recipe generator. If I click on chat, it says chat. Okay. So what we are doing over here is, let me take you through. We have three buttons, three simple buttons. One represents image generator, other represents chat, and third represents recipe generator. Okay. Now what we are doing, so let me get all of this on one screen so that you can see everything without any sort of scroll over here. Okay. So we have these three buttons. Okay. Now what we are doing is, on click of these buttons, the respective UI should get rendered. Okay. So on click of this button for image generator, the UI for image generator should get rendered. Same for chat and same for recipe generator. But right now we are not rendering the UI. We are going step by step. So right now what we are doing is, on clicking of the button, we are updating the state as to which is the active tab over here. Okay. And why are we making use of state? To keep track of active tab, because whatever the value is there in the active tab, the application will render that information to the user. Okay. And we need to make sure that active tab has the right value always. So we are making sure that on click of every button, we are updating the state over here, active tab state, using this function handle tab change. And this is a common function that is being called across all the three buttons. All right. I hope this is making sense. So it's very simple what we are doing right now. All right. And we'll gradually take this forward, and we will have different components rendering here instead of just the buttons. So within the buttons, you are just displaying the text right now. And on click of button, just we are displaying the alert box right over here. So instead of that, we'll be rendering the components dynamically. That is what we'll be going towards. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we will talk about conditional rendering, because what we need to do is, we are maintaining this state called active tab, and depending on what value active tab is holding, we would be displaying the tab contents, right? So right now we are displaying the tab content, but later on we will be rendering the component, respective component there. All right. So what I would do over here is, just after the definition of button, I can add a div over here. Okay. And then over here, I'm going to have an expression. So I'm going to say, if active tab is, so if the value of active tab is image generator, I'll copy this value over here. Okay. Then what we need to do is, we need to render a heading. We are just going to keep things simple for now, and we'll go step by step. I'll say h2, and I'll say this is image generator. Okay. I'll save this, and if you come over here, you can see image generator. Now if I select chat, okay, you are still seeing the alert pop up. So I'll just disable the alert over here. We don't need to see alert now. Okay. So if I select image generator, I see this text. If I select chat, this goes away. Even for recipe generator, this goes away. But if you say image generator, you'll see this text. Okay. And this is coming only when image generator is selected. And that is because we are conditionally rendering this. Okay. So we are saying we want to render this. Okay. So we are saying that we want to render this over here onto the UI. But the condition to render is that this should be true. So if this is true, and how is this being measured? So if this is true, then we are making use of AND operator over here. You can see this is AND. So if this is true, only then this is being rendered. If this is false, then the condition fails, and the second part of the condition is not being executed. Okay. So this is how we can display this text. We can duplicate this code to display things like chat over here. Okay. You can display chat over here, and I can even copy the recipe generator, something like this, and I can say recipe generator. Okay. Now if you come over here, if I say chat, you can see chat, recipe generator, you can see recipe generator, and image generator, you can see image generator. Okay. So this is how conditional rendering would work. Okay. So we are conditionally rendering a h2 div, or sorry, not h2 div, it's a h2 value, or h2 tag, you can say. So we are conditionally rendering a h2 tag onto the interface, right? But the same logic can be applied to render components as well. Okay, so in future you can have a component for image generator and you can render that on click of this button. You can have a component for chat and you can render that the same way. You can have a component for recipe generator and you can render it the same way. Okay, so the logic works in the same way. So this was a demonstration of how conditional rendering can work in React, and I hope you are clear about this. So now what we can do is we can improve the interface a bit for this UI. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to customize the CSS that we have right now in our application. So right now we have not written any sort of custom CSS, but you can see this line in our app.js, which is it's importing app CSS. And if you press Control on Windows or Command on Mac, and if you hover on this, it will get converted into a link, which you can click and you can go to that file. Okay, so this is the CSS that we have by default with the project. You can also go to this file from the project explorer and you can click on app CSS under src. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to completely select this file and paste the CSS. Okay, so this is the CSS that I've written for the project, and you'll find the CSS as an attachment along with this lecture, or you can even get this on the Git repo, okay, the GitHub repo. So I'll just take you through what all I'm trying to do over here. So I'm just trying to add some basic styles over here so that the app looks a little bit presentable. Okay, so here you can see for app, I'm adding like the alignment, the width, the margins, and the padding over here. Okay, so what will happen over here is app over here will be aligned centrally. Okay, and there is some sort of width and margin that is given to this thing. Then you have tabs. Okay, now for tabs, I'm adding a display as I'm enabling a flexbox layout over here. Okay, this will allow the children's buttons to be aligned in a flexible way. Okay, I have this justify content over here, which will distribute the space between buttons evenly. Okay, and I have margin bottom over here set to 20 pixel. I have some CSS for button over here. Okay, so I'm adding some, so here you can see these two are for buttons. I'm adding padding and changing the cursor to pointer. So if you bring the cursor, it changes to pointer. Border is none, background color is set to white, and font weight is bold. Now, if the button is active, okay, so when the button is active or when active class is being used to style a button, then the background color will change to somewhat like blue over here, and the color over here is the text color is white over here. Okay, then I have input over here. You can see, so the input I have padding of 10. I'm calculating the width over here. Okay, so this is ensuring that the input field takes up the full width of its parent, and it's minusing the padding and any borders. Okay, so 100% says full width of the parent. And then I have a margin bottom and box sizing over here. Okay, so box sizing, it will include the padding and border in the element's total width and height, ensuring consistent sizing. All right. Then I have tab content over here, and this is adding a margin over here, image grid. So we'll be having image grids to display the stock photos, all right, or the photos that are being generated by the Gen AI. So I'm having some CSS for the same, where I'm setting the display to that of grid. So I'm enabling the CSS grid layout over here, and I'm setting the template columns over here. Okay, so this defines the grid with 4 equal width columns, and I'm having a gap of like this gap 10 pixels. It sets the 10 pixels of space between grid items, and margin top is 20 pixel. Then I have image over here. Okay, so here to display the image, what I'm doing is I'm having the width of 100%, height of auto, and border I'm setting and border radius a little bit. Okay, empty image slot. So before generating the image, we'll have an empty image slot, which you'll see when we build it. Okay, I'm setting some CSS over here, and I'm setting the border to that of dashed. All right. Output. Okay, so this is the output element where I'm adding some basic CSS again, like border radius, background color, text align, and margin top. And then this is the one for recipe text. So whatever text is being generated by for the recipe, that is something that I'm styling over here. Okay. Now if I save this and if I go to the application, you see the impact immediately. Okay. Now if you select, you are not seeing the active. So if the tab is active, what would happen is the button should turn blue. That is something that is not happening. Okay, so what we can do is we need to tweak the CSS that not the CSS. In fact, we need to tweak the code that we have written in app.js. So what I can do is for that I'll come over here to app.js here. Okay, I have so on button. Okay, I have button over here. So here I'll dynamically add this active class that we need. Okay, so this active class. So what I can do is I can say over here, let's move on click to the new line, and I can say class name. I can say class name over here, and I'll add one expression over here. Okay, so here we'll write in some code. So I'll say if active tab is equal to if this active tab is equal to image generator. All right, if this is image generator, only then return active, else return nothing. Okay, so I'll say else return active, else you have empty, like no value. All right, I'll save this, and you can actually add this for all the buttons. Okay, so I'll take this to new line, add this. Okay, I'll take this to new line and add this. Let me save this. Now if you come over here, okay, you can see something is wrong over here. Okay, so I've said active tab is equal to image generator for all. Actually that's not the case. So here we need to replace with the respective value over here. Okay, and now it's good, I guess. And if I come over here now, you can see. Can you see how this is working, right? So yeah, this is how the application is going to render the buttons, and this is how the active state is going to be managed. So I hope you get a sense of how with little CSS magic we are able to get a decent UI. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we start building out the individual components that we need for our application. So right now, what we are doing is here, if you select the tab, the relevant h2 tag is being displayed, right? So ideally, this should not be the h2 tag, but it should be the UI that is being rendered for image generator. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. What we are going to do is we are going to have individual components out there. So I'll first set up a folder under src called components over here. Okay, and this is a folder that is going to have all the respective files that we need. So I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say image generator.js over here. Okay, so this is the image generator file. Then I'm going to have chat component, or let us first deal with image generator, I would say. Okay, and then we can move over to chat component and all. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to image generator, and I'm going to say import React. Okay, from React over here. And here I'm going to create a function. I'm going to say function, and the name of function is image generator, something like this. Okay, and from within this function I'm going to return. Okay, so I can say return over here, something like this, and I'll simply return a h2 tag. Okay, I'll say generate image over here. Okay, And then in the end, I'm going to add an export statement. So I'm going to say export default image generator. Okay. And now I'm going to make use of this image generator over here in our application. So here what I'm going to do is, instead of rendering the h2 div over here, like h2 tag over here, not the div. So instead of rendering the h2 tag, I'll get rid of this h2 tag and I'm going to say image generator. Now the moment you add this image generator over here, what will happen is VS Code automatically adds this import statement at the top. Okay. So this is done. I'll save this. Okay. So if you come over here now, you'll see generate image. This is coming in from our component. Okay. If you change this to something like this, you'll see. So the component is being rendered now instead of the h2 tag. That's the magic that we are doing so far. Okay. So here we have removed h2 for image generator and added the component. We need to do the same for the rest of the two things, like the chat and the recipe generator. So I'll just duplicate this. Okay. And I'll rename this to chat over here. Okay. We can call this chat component over here, something like this. And within chat component, I'll call this as chat component. And I'll export chat component over here, and I'll say, so we can say over here, we can say like any sort of text or header you can add over here. Okay, so I'll say talk to AI. Okay, AI over here. Okay, and I'll duplicate this chat component as well over here, and we need to add the recipe generator, right? So I'll say rename recipe generator. Okay, and I'll copy this, I'll add this over here and here. Okay, and here we can add a text or a header, you can say. Okay, and the text can be create a recipe. Okay, something like this. Now in the app.js, what I can do is, instead of this, I can add chat component, and I need to close the tag also. And here I can say recipe generator, and this is done. Okay, so this is done. And if you come over here, generate image, talk to AI, or create a recipe. All right. Now whatever things you add over here, whatever logic you add over here is automatically shown over here on the selection of the tab. That's the magic. All right. So I hope you have a good clarity now as to how we are going about building this application, the simple application. You have a good clarity as to what happens on the button click and how the components are rendered now on the basis of the state variable. So now what we need to do is we need to start working on the components. So here on the click of image generator, the image generator component, or the component that enables us to render or generate the images with the help of AI, which means the backend APIs, should be rendered over here. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to our code base, and image generator is where we are going to do all the work. All right. Now over here, the first thing that we are going to do is we have like an import and this function setup. All right. What we need is the states. All right. So there would be a couple of states that we are going to need. The first state is the prompt. Okay. And the second state is the image URL. Now, why are we needing the prompt? So essentially we are going to send a request to the backend with the prompt that the user has entered into the input field. Right? We are going to allow user to enter the data into the input field. User enters what sort of image he wants, and that becomes our prompt. And who is managing that prompt? That prompt is being managed by a state variable called prompt. And then as a response, we get a list of image URLs from the backend. Like the image URLs can be multiple, right? So we have one more state which will keep track of the image URLs. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, and I'm going to have a prompt over here, and I'm going to have set prompt, something like this. And then I'm going to make use of use state, and you'll see use state being added over here as the input. Okay, so use state, and I'll initialize it to empty. Okay, I'll initialize it with nothing. Okay, then I'll have image URLs as well. Okay, so I'll say image URLs over here, and then I'll say set image URLs. Okay, and then I'll say over here use state, and something like this over here. Okay, so these are the two states that we'll work on, and you can see like we have a function, like this comes in the combination of the variable name and the function. Okay, so set prompt is the function. Like if we want to update the prompt state over here, we'll make use of this function. Set image URLs is another function that is given to us, and we'll make use of this function to update this state. Okay, and this is initialized with a empty value, and this is initialized with an empty array. All right, because image URLs is nothing but an array of URLs. Of course, image URL can be only one as well. Okay, it depends on what backend is sending us. All right, now this is done. What we need to do is we need to start working on rendering the UI. All right, so first thing over here, I'm going to add a div, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to move this inside the div. Okay, so there is going to be only one parent div that we have over here. Okay, and I can add a class name over here. Okay, one second. So I'll add class name as tab content over here. Okay, and after h2, what we can do is we can say input over here. Okay, something like this, and I'm going to add some properties or attributes, I should say, for this input field or this input tag over here. So I'm going to say type is text over here. Value, what is the value here? So what value should be used over here? The value should be what is there in the prompt, and whatever user is entering over here should be updated in the prompt as well. Okay, so what we will do is whatever user is updating over here should be updated to prompt. So I'm going to say on change, I'm going to say over here something like this, and I'm going to say set prompt over here. This is the function that we have access to. Okay, and within set prompt, I'm going to say e.target.value over here. Okay, you have this. Okay, and this is done. Okay, so on change, what would happen is if there is any sort of change in the value of the input box, then that that would be reflected into the prompt state. That is what we are doing over here. Okay, so this is done. Now we can even add a placeholder over here. Okay, placeholder text, we can say enter prompt for image. Okay, and I'll get this closed, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have a input text, you can see over here. Okay, and this is the header. Okay, we need to enter the prompt over here. So now what we need to do is we will add a button. So I'll say button, and I'll say on click. So on click of the button, something should happen. Okay, we need to link this to a function that we create, but right now I'll just keep it this way, and I'll say generate image, something like this, and we'll get an error because we are not linking it to a function right now. Okay, what I would do is I would get a function created over here. Okay, so I can say constant generate image, and this will be a async function. Okay, and I would say, yeah, over here, and I would add a semicolon. Now this function does nothing right now. Okay, we'll add some logic soon, but right now I'm linking an on click event over here to this function. So on click of this button, this function will be called. Okay, and whatever is written within the function will be done over here. So I'll give you a gist of what we are going to do in the function. We're going to take the value of the prompt over here, and we are going to send it to the backend, and whatever response we get out of that, we're going to get the image URLs and we are going to update it over here. All right. So that's what we are going to do. Now this is done. If you come over here, you'll see this interface up here, right? This is done. And now what we need to do is we need to display an image grid. All right. Now, how do we display an image grid? So I'll say div over here. Okay. And I'll call this as a class name as that of image grid. Okay. Here. Okay. And we need to add things inside this. So what I would do is we have image URLs, right? So we need to display the image URLs, right? So what I would do is I would add image URLs. So with image URLs, we'll make use of .map over here. Okay. So with the help of map, what we are going to do is map is a JavaScript method first of all. So we are going to make use of this to go through each item in the image URLs array. Now within image URLs, we are going to have URLs of the images, like I said, right? This would be the response that we get from the backend server. Okay, so we'll iterate through the entire array and we'll render the image tag to be displayed onto the UI, right? So what I'm going to do is within this map, I'm going to say URL, comma, index over here. Okay, and I'm going to define things over here. Okay, now here I'm going to say image, so this is the image tag, and here I'm going to say key. So key is nothing but index over here, something like this. Then I have src. What is src? src is URL over here. Okay, and then I have the alternate text over here, which is so I'll add something like this, generated, and I'll say $index. Okay, so this is what we will be doing. And I'll just close this image tag over here itself. Okay, and I'll get rid of this tag. Okay, so this is done. Using this, what we are doing is we are displaying the generated images onto the interface. Okay, now let me save this, and if you come over here, okay, nothing is being rendered right now because there are no images. Now if this is a state, if there are no images, or if user is yet to send a prompt to the backend, then in that case we should display a few empty grids over here. Okay, so we'll have to create empty slots over here, or I should say empty grids that we are going to display, and this is going to have like bordered, the border is going to be dashed. Okay, so let me show that to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to destructure things over here. Okay, so I'm making use of this spread operator over here, and I'm going to create array over here. Okay, and the length of the array is going to be of 4 minus image URLs dot length. Now why am I doing 4 minus image URLs dot length? Because if there are 3 image URLs, we need to display 1 slot, right? If there are 0 image URLs, we need to display 4 slots, right? So what this thing does is it will create empty slots depending on how many URLs do we have within image URLs. That is what it's going to do, and it will maintain the number of 4 over there. Okay, so we'll say this over here, and I'll say dot map. So for each array over here, I will go through. Okay, I'll say index over here. All right, and I'll have the logic. Now here I'm going to have the image tag again. Okay, not the image tag. In fact, I'm going to have div tag over here. Okay, and this is going to essentially have the empty slot. Okay, so I'm going to say key is equal to index plus image URLs dot I can say length over here. All right, this is done. I need to attach a class to this. I'll assign a class over here. So class name will be empty image slot over here, something like this. If I save this, and if you come over here, okay, the changes are not reflected. Something is wrong. Okay, so the mistake I did over here is this won't be a curly brace. This in fact would be a round brace. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll cut this and I'll come over here. Okay, so yeah, this is the definition within this round brace. And right now you're not seeing anything, but the moment I save this and if I come over here, okay, was this saved? Let me save this properly. And if I come over here, you can see this 4 grids over here. Okay, now if we generate 2 images, these 2 slots will be filled in and the rest 2 will be empty because of this logic that we have written over here. All right, so first we are rendering the image URLs, and then we have the logic to render the empty slots based on how many image URLs exist. So right now we are seeing 4 image URLs or 4 empty slots. I'm sorry about that. We are seeing 4 empty slots, and the reason for that is image URLs dot length is 0 right now. Okay, because there are no image URLs yet. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to do the API calls. So we need to have the code over here written for making the API calls. So within generate image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first add a try catch block over here. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to print in the error message. Okay, and I'll say error generating image over here. Okay, and the error is error. Okay, this is done. And within the try block, first I'm going to make a request to the backend. Okay, so I'm going to say await over here, fetch. Okay, so I'm going to make use of fetch API over here. Okay, to make an HTTP request to the backend service. Okay, and await means this is so you have to wait for the completion of the promise. Okay, and within fetch, I'm going to have the URL over here. So this is going to have the URL. And what should be the URL? So here, if you come to Postman, so I have this Postman open over here. Okay, this is the prompt, or this is the URL. So I'm going to copy this over here. We'll come over here, and here I'm going to add the entire URL here. Okay, now this prompt part is something what I'm going to cut this entire piece. Okay, and here we are going to dynamically render the prompt variable. Okay, so I can say $ here, and I'll say prompt over here. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we'll be making the request to. Okay, we need to get the response over here, the response object. Okay, and then over here we need to say const URLs, and I'll get the JSON over here. Okay, so I need to say response dot JSON. Okay, so this is done. Okay, be sure to have your backend service up and running. My backend is not up and running, so I'll make sure that I'm running the backend. Okay, now the backend is running. Let me come over here. Okay, everything looks good so far. URLs. Oh, so one thing we missed. We get the URLs. Now we need to update the URLs to these states, right? So I'll say set image URLs, and I'll say URLs over here. Something like this. Okay, so this is done. I believe everything is good. Like after we get the response, we are updating the image URLs here. Okay, and then we are making use of these image URLs over here to render. We have prompt, which is being updated on every change within this input box. Okay, now let me come over here. I can give this a prompt. I can say a cute dog on street. Okay, and let me say generate the image. Okay, and let us see what is the response that we get from the backend. Let me see if I got any error. No error so far. Okay, it's taking a while to generate the image, so I'll go to console and we get an error. Okay, so the call has been blocked because of the course policy. All right, so this was an expected error. Actually, I forgot that this error can occur, but
CORS policy is essentially a policy that is implemented by modern web browsers to block or to not allow the cross origin requests by default. So what I mean by cross origin request over here is we are making a call from localhost 3000 to localhost 8080. So it's cross domain request, right? So this is by default blocked to prevent any sort of hackers to do any sort of unknown requests that are not known to you as a user. Okay, so this is by default blocked, and you need to enable it explicitly in the backend, right? But from the UI standpoint, everything is working fine. We just need to fix this issue. So now we are getting this CORS issue, or the CORS error I should say, and to fix this error we are going to add a configuration into our backend Spring Boot project. So I'll head over to the backend over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Java class, and I'm going to call this class as webconfig. Okay, you can call it whatever you want, that's absolutely fine, but I'll call it webconfig, and I'll mark this class as configuration with the help of this annotation. Now this will tell Spring Boot or Spring that this file is a configuration file and it has some configuration defined which it needs to pick up. Okay, now in this particular class I'm going to implement an interface. I'm going to add an interface called web MVC configurer. Okay, so this is the interface that is going to allow us to define the mapping. Okay, CORS mapping is what I would say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say public web MVC configurer. I'll say CORS configurer. Okay, something like this, and then over here I'm going to say so this will return something. Okay, and this will be a bean over here, bean. Okay, now here I'll be adding CORS mapping, so I'll say add CORS mapping. You can see this method over here, and I'm going to accept registry. Okay, and I'll say registry over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to say registry dot. Okay, there is some issue over here. So inside this class now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bean of type so I'll have a method which returns a object of type web MVC configurer, and I'll call this as CORS configurer. Okay, and over here inside I'm going to return a instance of web MVC configurer, and it is going to then ask us to override a method called add CORS mapping, and that is what we are going to do. So let me do that. I'll say new over here, and you can see web MVC configurer, and now it's asking us to override the method. So I'm going to select add CORS mapping over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say registry dot, so let me scroll down so that it's clear to you, dot add mapping. Okay, and we need to specify the path over here essentially. So we are implementing this for all the endpoints. I'll say allowed origins over here. Now what is the origin that we want to allow? So I'm going to say front end, right? So we need the front end URL over here. So I'll copy the front end URL. I'll come over here and paste it. Okay, then I need to say allowed methods over here, and I'm going to allow all the methods like get, post, I can say put over here, I can say delete, something like this, and I'm going to say options. All right, this is done. And then I'm going to say allowed headers. I'm going to allow all the headers right now, and then we also need to allow credentials. So I'll say allow credentials. Okay, and this is true. Okay, so this is done. I need to add a semicolon here. Okay, so here we are seeing this. Okay,
So yeah, this is done, and we have this being defined. And now let me restart this and let us see if the course issue goes away. So what we are doing is we are adding, or we are saying, or we are telling Spring Boot that, hey, if this is the origin, allow all sort of requests on all the paths over here to the API. Okay. And all the headers are also allowed, and credentials are also allowed. So the application is up and running. And if I come over here, okay, if I do a refresh, and if I enter the prompt as a cute dog on street, and if I say generate the image, let us see if we get the image. Okay, a sort of progress loader or something like that can also be added over here. Okay, I have not done that. Okay, but can be done. We are not getting any error on the backend. Okay, nothing so far on the front end as well. But if you see, instead of 3 grids, there is instead of 4 grids, there is only 3. Okay, so image is coming, but I don't know how and where it's being rendered. Okay, so there's some problem, it seems. Okay, what we would do is here I would just print this console.log over here and URLs. Okay, so we'll just print the URLs onto the console. Okay, and I'll copy the prompt. Let me refresh. I'll paste this and I'll say send. Let us see if we are able to see the output onto the console. Okay, so the output has come. You can see this is the output, and if you take this URL and if you open this over here, it should work fine. Okay, public access is not permitted, which is fine. If we try this one, will it work? Okay, let me copy this entirely and let me see what it is. Okay, length :1. So let me get rid of this in the end and let me send this. Okay, so the URL loads. You can see this is the image that we got, but it's not rendering over here. So there is clearly some problem over here. Okay, now what is the problem? Let's see the problem. So I saw, or I checked the HTML that was being generated. There was no HTML that was being rendered for the image tag, okay, which we have over here. Okay, so here we are doing one small mistake. Okay, I'll just tell you the mistake. Here I'm making use of curly braces. This is not right. This should be round braces like this, and the closing brace should be round over here. So this is the right usage of the map in JavaScript. Okay, now if you come over here, the moment you save and come here, you can see the picture of dog being loaded. All right, so yeah, the application is working absolutely fine. You can see just one small mistake we had to fix, but yes, the image is loading absolutely okay. All right, and you can see how this is working, and depending on the number of images, okay, those many slots will be filled up depending on how many images you are generating. All right, so yeah, that's about the image generation and how it can work with the help of React, Spring AI, and Spring Boot. Now it's time for us to start working on the chat functionality. So if you click on the chat tab, you should see the UI to chat with the AI or to ask questions to the AI should appear over here. Okay. But for this, what we need to do is we will come over here to the chat component. And right now we are just sending the header over here, talk to AI over here. Okay. So in fact, we can do better over here, and we can render a form sort of a thing wherein there is a input text box with a button to submit the query to the backend APIs, where you can circle upon the response that you get from the backend APIs. And since we have worked on image generator now, this should be fairly simple. So let's do this. And first thing, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to have a parent parent div defined over here, and I'm going to move this thing inside. Okay, here. Okay, I'll just format this. Okay, so I'll say talk to AI. header over here, and the first thing we will need is of course the input box. Okay, now for the input box I'm going to say, oh sorry, not text, it's type, and the type is text. Okay, so this is a text input box. Value, what is the value? Okay, so we need to have states over here. Okay, a couple of states. All right, what I'm going to do is I can write the states from scratch. In fact, let's not copy. So I'll say const over here, and I'll say the state name as prompt. Okay, so the first state is prompt itself. Okay, I'll say set prompt over here, right? And this can be use state over here, and I can have empty value. Okay, this can be initialized too. Now const again, I can say response. Okay, we need the response, so I'll say chat response, and we can say set chat response over here. Okay, and I can say use state again, and yeah, this will be again initialized to an empty value. Okay, so we have states. Now we need to link this state to the input box, so we'll be linking prompt over here to the input box, and then what we will do is for every change in the input box we need to make sure that the prompt is updated as well. So I'll say on change over here, and I'll say e, and I'll say set prompt. This is what we need, and I can say over here e.target.value over here. Oh sorry, not validation message, it's value. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and after on change I can have a placeholder over here. Placeholder can be enter a prompt. Oops, I accidentally pressed the wrong keys. Enter a prompt for AI. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing, and I'll close this. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Input box is set, input field, and then we need button as well. So I'll add a button. I can say on click over here. Okay, and on click of button we need to call a function, right? So we'll call this function as ask AI. Of course this function does not exist yet, we need to define it, and I'll say ask AI over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. We need to have a way to display the output as well, but that is something we'll take a look at later. Okay, right now what I will do is I will have a function over here. So I'll say constant, and I'll say ask AI over here, and we'll have this as async, and yeah, this is the function body here. Okay, now within this function we are going to have a try catch block, of course, like we did for image generator. So we are going to make an API call to the backend. So I'll just copy this. It's going to be a similar API call. Okay, but the call is going to be like this. Okay, so this is what the call is going to be. So I'll copy this, I'll come over here, and I'll add it over here. Okay, and I'll get rid of what's your name. Okay, so this is how we are calling the backend API. Okay, we will get response.json in data over here. Okay, so we can say we'll say not response.json, we'll say response.text over here. We'll get this to text. Okay, and I'll update the chat response. So I'll say set chat response with that of data. Okay, so I think so far so good, and we'll print not URLs but the data over here. Okay, so far so good. I guess everything looks good right now. And if you come over here, you'll see like enter the prompt for AI, ask AI, and now we also need to like display the output, right? So the output is something that we are not displaying right now. So I'll just come over here. Just below the button we can have a div over here, and we can simply render the output over here. So I can say the class name is output here. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's it's in green color, the div appears. And here we can see P, and I'll add chat response. Okay, and I'll save this. Okay, so this is done. Now we can set, or we can query the endpoint over here, query the AI. Okay, you can say what is the capital of let's say United Kingdom. Okay, and let me say ask AI over here. Okay, you can see the output here. The capital of United Kingdom is London, and you also see this on the console. All right, it's working absolutely fine, and whatever questions you need to ask, you can ask over here. Okay, chat is probably not a good tab name over here. Okay, so I'll come over here, and probably for this, if you scroll up, okay, so where's the button here? This one. So I can say ask AI. Okay, and now it looks okay. Talk to AI. All right, it looks good now, and it makes sense. All right, so I hope you have some good clarity as to how this will function and how we can have a React front end send prompts to backend APIs, and how our backend APIs can get the response from any AI model that we wish to configure it with. All right, so now it's time that we work on the last step, which is to generate the recipe. All right, now what we need to do is we need to have a component here. Like, our component should render all the necessary details that the user can provide to create a recipe. And if you take a look at the recipe API over here, we're accepting things like ingredients, dietary restrictions, cuisine. So all of this should come out on the UI. So what I will do is I will come over here to our application. I'll go to recipe generator, right? And here, first thing first, we will begin setting up the states over here. Okay, so here we'll need 4 states. Okay, one is for ingredients, cuisine, dietary restrictions. So these 3 are the inputs that go, and then the output we get is the recipe. So we need 1 state for that as well. So 3 inputs and 1 output will need 4 states. So I'll say const over here, constant, and I'll say ingredients, something like this, and I'll say set ingredients. Oops. Okay, and then I'll make use of use state over here, use state hook. Okay, and yeah, this is done. I need cuisine, so I'll just copy this for now, and I'll say over here cuisine, and I can say set cuisine, something like this. We have, and cuisine can be any, so I'll have default value as any. Okay, over here, and then I need so we have cuisine, ingredients. I need dietary restrictions, so dietary restrictions, something like this, and I can copy this. I can say set dietary restrictions. Okay, this is done, and I'll just duplicate this again, and we need 1 for recipe, right? So this will come in here, and I'll copy this. I'll add this over here with S caps. Okay, so yeah, this is done. We have the states that we need. Okay, and here now what we need to do is we need to render the interface. All right, now over here I'm going to add div tab. Okay, sorry, div tag, which is the parent tag, which will have the UI, the entire UI, I should say. Okay, so here I say create a recipe. I have input. Okay, and input type is of text over here. I can say value. Now what is the value? Okay, so the first the first input box will have the value of ingredients, so we'll link it to that. Okay, and then I'll say on change. Okay, we need to make sure that the value of ingredients is being updated. Okay, So I'll say set ingredients over here, and I'll update it to e.target.value. Okay, this one. So this is done, and I'll say placeholder here. Placeholder is enter ingredients, something like this, and I'll tell in bracket it should be comma separated. Okay, so this is done, and I'll close this, right? So this is our input box to accept the ingredients. If I save this, and if you see, you can see over here, enter ingredients, comma separated. Okay, now we'll add one more input over here. Okay, this input is of course for cuisine, like you must have guessed, and here I'll say set cuisine, and if you come here, enter cuisine type, I'll say. Okay, something like this. So this is also done. Okay, and you can see the default value is any. Okay, that is what we have populated the state with. Okay, and the next thing is around so it's around dietary restrictions. Okay, so I'll say dietary restrictions, set dietary restrictions. Okay, and I'll say enter dietary restrictions. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We need the button. So what I will do is I'll get the button from here, and I'll add it over here. And on the click of the button, we need to call this function. We can call this function as create recipe, and I can have a text over here, create recipe. Okay, now create recipe does not exist, so we absolutely need to define this. Okay, so this function that we are defining will be responsible, or it will help us fetch the data from the backend, and it will also help us do an API call. Okay, so I'll say const create recipe, and this will be an async one, and I'll say something like this, and yeah, we're done. You can see. Okay, so now we need to do an API call on the backend, and for that, what I can do is I can simply copy this API call that we are doing in the chat, or you can even copy the image generator one. Okay, here we're making this fetch call to the backend, and the endpoint that I have is over here in the Postman. So I'll get the endpoint, I'll come over here. Okay, and I'll add this here. Okay, so cuisine, so in the end we have cuisine is cuisine here. Okay, I can copy this cuisine stuff, and dietary restrictions, gluten free. So I'll add this dietary restrictions over here. Okay, and then we have ingredients. So I'll replace the ingredients over here with the list of ingredients. Okay, so ingredients, something like this. Okay, so yeah, we have the endpoint over here with dynamic variables. These variables are nothing but states, right? We're getting the data, and we need to log the data, and we can say set recipe, and we are updating the recipe using the data. Okay, this is done, and instead of error generating recipe, it will be okay. And here also, instead of error generating recipe, it will be error generating image. It will be error generating response in the chat component. Okay, so we missed changing that. This is done. Okay, now if you see over here, the UI is looking good. Okay, what we need to do now is we can have a div over here to display the output, right? So we need to display the output here. So I can say this is pre-formatted text, and I can display recipe. Okay, and I'll say over here class name, and we have a CSS tag for recipe hyphen text over here. I'll add that, and this can be the class name can be output. I'll save this, and I'll come over here, And let's enter some ingredients. So we'll enter olives, I'll say potato, okay, I'll say vegetables, and I'll say what you can say, curd, okay, whatever you can say. I'll add enter any cuisine over here. Dietary restrictions, I will enter dietary restriction. I won't enter anything, okay. Let's say create recipe, and let us see if we are seeing any sort of issues. Okay, you can see the recipes here, right? It's printed onto the console, and here also you're getting it in a very nice way. You can see the entire recipe. So it's Mediterranean olive and potato salad with curd dressing. Interesting. And it has instructions as well. Okay, so I have the pre-formatted like this pre-tag over here because I want this to be pre-formatted, and I don't want to alter its format, so that it's displayed in a readable format. Okay, so yeah, that's something about the recipe generator. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we get started with our Spring Boot project. So here I'm on our favorite website, start.spring.io, and I'll choose the right settings over here. So I want to make use of Maven. I will select this version of Spring Boot. Okay, you can select any other version. That's completely fine, and it's likely that you'll see a new version when you're watching this. Okay, but don't worry, things won't change over here. And I'll add the group as I'll say audio, and here I'll have the artifact as audio transcribe, something like this. And over here I'll have a custom name to my package. I'll have com.audio.transcribe. Okay, I'll make sure that I have selected jar over here. Okay, and it's time for dependencies. So I'll say web, the first dependency, because it's a web-based project that we are creating. And then I'll say AI over here. Okay, so here you can see there are like tons of options over here. Okay, when you put in AI, but we'll be making use of OpenAI. Okay, so you can also search for OpenAI over here. Okay, you can see. So I'll just select OpenAI. And then what we need to do is you can explore the project, the dependencies as to what all is added over here. So this is a dependency which is for OpenAI. All right. And what we will do is we'll generate the project over here. Now click on generate and save it to your desired folder location on your machine, wherever you want to have or work on this project. All right. So just do that. So I do have the zip file downloaded and add it to my working directory. I'll just unzip it over here. Okay, just extract everything over here, and you'll see the folder over here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to head over to IntelliJ. Okay, and we need to open this as a project. Now I'm here in IntelliJ. All right, I'll just click open. Now when you click open, you will be presented with this kind of a UI where you need to navigate to the zip file that you have extracted. Okay, so the folder location is over here, and I'll just select this pom.xml. So it's audio transcribe, you can see over here, and I've selected pom.xml, and then I'll say okay. All right, because we want to open this as a project. So you will see over here, pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the project? So yes, I wish to open the project, and I would want IntelliJ to trust all the projects within this folder. All right, because these are all the projects that I'm creating and downloading. So yeah, we have this open now in IntelliJ, and you'll see it's resolving the dependencies for you from Maven. All right, and you'll see all the dependencies being added over here in the external libraries on the left hand side after the processing is done. All right, so you'll see like a bunch of libraries being added here. Now if I expand this a bit, all right, you'll see this library over here, or the dependency that is under like external libraries over here. You'll see these are the AI related dependencies that have been added. You can see. All right. So yeah, we'll be working with these. Okay, we don't need to have the expanded version of external libraries. This is just for reference. But yeah, we are ready with the project, and we are ready to head over to the next step. Now, as a next step, what I would simply do is I would head over to my main application file and I'll try running the application over here. Let us see what happens if you try to just run the application by adding the AI related dependencies. All right, so I expected this, it will crash. All right, and now let us diagnose the error message. Okay, so if you come over here, you'll see like exception occurred during the context initialization. Okay, so it tried to initialize the context and it tried to create a bean over here called OpenAI chat model. All right, now what happens is it needs to create this bean on the application startup. Why is it creating the bean? Because you have added this dependency. Okay, so if you scroll down over here, you added this dependency called OpenAI. Okay, for Spring AI OpenAI. Okay, and as a part of the auto configuration process, it will create this bean. Okay, and to create this bean, it needs, you can see over here, it needs the OpenAI key. Okay, because it is not able to establish or get the key over here. Okay, and that is why it is not able to create the bean. All right, so we need to add a key over here, and that is something that we will learn about. So you can see over here it clearly says that OpenAI key must be set. Now you can make use of connection property, and this is the property that you need to add into your application properties. All right, so what we need to do is here we'll come. Okay, and in the application properties over here, you need to set this property over here. Okay, we don't have the key, so first we'll create the key. All right, so now it's time that we get the key for our project. So for that, I'm on openai.com over here, you can see, and this is the home page. This might change depending on when you're watching this video because they just keep updating the home page, but that's absolutely fine. What I would do is I would hover on this products. Okay, and you can go to platform overview. All right, so here the platform is open over here. Okay, so I'll just go to, okay, so yeah, it's the same link over here that was open. So you can head over to this link over here and you'll see this home page. Okay, so here you can see two buttons. One is start building and the other one is view API pricing. Now you can open API pricing. Okay, so I'll just open this in a new tab. Okay, and this API or the models that you're using for OpenAI, okay, they are priced depending on your usage. All right, so what happens is whenever you're making use of AI models or any sort of artificial intelligence, there are models in the hindsight that you're making use of. Right now over here they have some explanation on how the pricing works for OpenAI. All right, so if you scroll down, you'll see like there are different models. Like this is the latest model. As I'm recording this video, there will be latest models again and again. All right, or depending on when you're watching this. All right, so it's possible that you might see GPT-5 or any sort of latest model over here. Okay, but you can see the current pricing over here. Okay, so the pricing will be similar. They might change the rates, but it will be similar. So I have over here in front of me GPT-4o, and you can see the cost is $5 for 1 million input tokens. Okay, so yeah, this is the pricing you can go for. So here you have different models over here with different pricing. You can even check from the drop down. Okay, what is the pricing for any other model over here? Okay, so yeah, this is about pricing. Remember over here you can also check over here, show pricing per 1k token. Okay, you can see it's now updated to 1k input tokens. All right, rather than a million it was early on. Right, so this is about pricing. Now what you can do is you can click on start building. The moment you click on start building, you will be taken to a page where you will be asked for sign in or sign up. Now I already have an account, so if I click on start building, I'll head over to this particular dashboard over here. Okay, so this is the home page once you log into your project over here. Sorry, not the project, but the dashboard or the account. All right, so you can see this is the dashboard, and at the top here you'll see like default project. So you can create a new project. So if you're working professionally and you have multiple AI related projects, so what you can do is you can create multiple projects and have things under that project related to that. Okay, so it's just a way of organizing things over here. All right, but I'll just stick to default projects which exist for me. All right, this is a documentation on the left hand side. You can go through if you wish to. Here at the top, you will have something called as playground. Okay, so here you can play around with the models over here. Okay, you have different models you can see over here. But where we need to go is we need to head over to the dashboard. Okay, now over here in the dashboard, you should come over to API keys. You will see API key option over here. So here there are multiple options like usage, API keys and all. So we'll come over to API keys. Okay. And one more thing I want to highlight, like if you want to add credits to your OpenAI account, like I mentioned, okay, the APIs are priced. And if you want to add some credits, you can come over here, you can go to settings. Now under settings, you will have a tab called billing and credits. So you can add these things over there, like these details. All right. Now under API keys, you will be able to create API keys from here. Now, one thing I would want to mention is you can create multiple API keys. And these API keys are secret to you. Like you're not supposed to share it with someone else. Okay. Because if you share it with someone else and if someone else gains access to it, then he will be able to do API calls to your API account or to OpenAI via your API key, and you will be billed for that in your account. All right. So your credit card will be charged or your debit card, whatever you are using, that will be charged. Right. So what you need to do is you need to come over here on the top right. Okay, you need to say create a new secret key. You can give this a name over here. So you can call it audio transcribe, for example, depending on your preference. You can select the project, like you want this to be under which project, and then you can say create secret key. Now the moment you create secret key, a secret key will be displayed to you. I would recommend that you copy that and store it somewhere at the safe place that is only accessible to you. All right, because once the API key is created, you won't be able to access it again. Okay, so it's only displayed once. So I would encourage you to, once you create, you copy it and save it at a save it at a safe place. That is what I mean. All right. So save it at a safe place, and then you can make use of it whenever you need. All right. And if by chance you happen to lose your API key, or if you're not sure if it got leaked or something, you can even delete it. Okay. So you can delete it from this delete button over here. Okay. So yeah, here you also have an option for permissions. So I'll just say all over here. Okay. And I'll get my secret key created over here. So just get your secret key, and that will give you the ability to make use of OpenAI models in your projects. So now it's time that we configure the API key into our Spring Boot project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the application.properties, and over here we are going to add the property which will let Spring Boot or a Spring AI framework know that this is the API key that we want to work with. Okay, so I'll say Spring AI OpenAI API -key over here. This is the property name. I'll say $, and I'll mention API key over here. Okay, so this is the API key that we will be mentioning. Okay, so over here you can straight away replace the key that you got from the OpenAI dashboard over here. Okay, just paste it over here. Okay, so I'll be pasting mine over here. Now once the key is added, press the run button. So let us run the app project over here, and let us see whether we are able to run it successfully. So you should see like the application is running properly, which means the API key is being configured and picked up by Spring Boot in a proper way. All right. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along so far. So now it's time that we begin working on the API. All right. So what I would do is I would come over here. I would create a new controller over here. Okay. And I can call this controller as transcription controller, something like this. Okay. You can call whatever you wish to, okay, depending on your name choice. All right. But first thing first, I'm going to mark this as a REST controller. Okay. And I can even have a request mapping annotation over here. And all the endpoints would be API/transcribe, something like this. Okay. So yeah, this is done. Now what I'm going to do is we need to start building the functionality, right? So we need to make use of the OpenAI audio transcription model. So what I would encourage you all to do is come over to spring.io. Okay.
head over to the list of all the projects. Okay, find out Spring AI over here. Okay, and go to Learn and click on the reference document over here. Okay, so this is a reference document for Spring AI, and go to Spring AI API over here on the left hand side. Then you will find the option to Audio Model API. Now under that you will have Transcription API. Okay, so click on that and you have two options over here, Azure OpenAI or just OpenAI. So I'll choose OpenAI over here because that is what I'm using. I'll zoom in a bit so that it's much more visible to you all. All right. Now over here, you will have some clarity as to how you can make use of OpenAI transcriptions to do transcriptions in your application. Okay, so you can see over here the prerequisite is you will need to create an OpenAI key with OpenAI to access ChatGPT models. Of course, this is something that we have done. Okay, so this is done. We need to add this dependency, right, for auto configuration purpose. This is done. Now, if you come over here, there are some properties that they are talking about. These are the connection properties over here. Okay, so base URL. So this is something that we'll have to configure. API key, we have already configured the API key, right? You can specify the organization ID, project ID, and so on. All right. If you scroll down over here, okay, you will see the base URL, transcription API key. These are all the parameters in case if you wish to customize anything for you. Okay, so here you can see this thing: Spring AI OpenAI audio transcription options.model. Okay, so this will help you customize the model that you wish to use. So right now, you can see only Whisper 1, which is powered by OP Whisper 1 over here. So I think it's saying that we'll make use of Whisper 1 only for now. Okay. So yeah, this is how you can customize the models just in case in future if you have more models. And here you have two ways of configuring the model over here. This is runtime and this is the manual configuration. So for runtime, this is the code over here. Okay. And then over here for manual, this is the code over here. So we'll go ahead with the manual approach. Okay. You have runtime configuration also over here. Okay. But for manual, you will need to add the dependency and you need to create a OpenAI transcription model. For that, you'll need to get the API key. Okay. And then create this object and then basically do these steps. Okay. So we'll do this over here. All right. So I'll switch over to my ID over here. All right. And what we would do is I would create an object over here. So here it's making use of var. I won't make use of var. So we are creating object of OpenAI audio API, right? So I'll come over here. I'll say OpenAI audio API. I'll press Control space and you'll see this auto suggest. Okay. So I'll select this. All right. And I'll say OpenAI audio API is equal to. Okay. So we need to initialize this with the OpenAI API key. All right. So that is something we need to do. All right. So we'll move this to a constructor. Okay. We won't have it this way. We'll move it to a constructor. Okay. But what we need is one thing we need to declare as a class variable or a class member. It will be OpenAI audio transcription model. So we'll declare an object of this over here. Okay. So I'll say private final OpenAI audio transcription model. Just get it imported and OpenAI audio transcription model. Okay. And I'll just shorten its name over here just for readability purpose. Okay. I'll just make it transcription model, something like this. Okay. Well, this is what we are using. All right. Okay. So I'm getting an error because it's not initialized, which is absolutely okay. All right. Now what I'll do is I will generate a constructor over here. Okay. Constructor and I'll say okay. All right. So here I got a constructor with this parameter. I'll get rid of this parameter and I'll add my own parameter. So we need API key over here. Okay. So I'm accepting API key. Now I'll say this dot transcription model is equal to, okay. So you have the code over here. Transcription model is equal to new OpenAI audio API. Okay, so I'll copy this over here. Okay,
and over here I'll paste this. Okay, OpenAI Audio API. All right. Now OpenAI Audio API needs to be created over here. So we need to create this, right? So actually I have an object of this over here, which I created outside. So I'll move this inside over here. Okay, something like this. But we need to initialize this. Now, how is this initialized over here? It is actually accepting the OpenAI key over here. Okay, so I'll copy that code. I'll come over here. I'll add it something like this. Okay, so OpenAI key. Now, what is your key name over here? Okay, so my key name is spring.ai.openai.api key. Okay, this is my key name. This is a value actually. So I'll add it over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay, I'll move this to next line so that it's clear for you all to see as to what is happening. All right, now I have this parameter. You can get rid of this parameter and use it this way. Okay, this is one approach. Or you can have a value annotation. Okay, so you can make use of @value over here, and you can say $ over here, and you can add this over here. This is also doable. This is also correct. Okay, so what will happen is this value annotation will fetch the value of this key from the application.properties and it will inject it over here, and then you can straight away make use of API key over here. Okay, so you can say API key over here. That is also doable. Okay, so there are two approaches of doing this. Okay, I showed you the both approaches. You can select one. Right now we have OpenAI Audio API initialized. Okay, and then we have transcription model also initialized. Right, you can see this. Okay, so this is done. Now initialization part is done. We have the model in place. Okay, so you need model in place. This is a model. Okay, this is done. Now we need to actually do this part. Okay, so what we need to do is here what's happening is it is getting the file that you need to transcribe. It is constructing the transcription options. Okay, first it's constructing the transcription options and then it's getting the file, and then it is like creating the audio transcription prompt. Okay, and then it is generating the response. These are the steps. Okay, so we'll be doing these steps over here, but what here the example is shown as if this is getting the file from local machine. We won't be doing that. You can of course do that if you wish to, but I would be actually sending the file and I'll be actually uploading the file right onto the API. So I'm going to say public response entity over here. Okay, and this is going to be string like so. Okay, I'll say transcribe audio, something like this. Okay, and I'll add request parameter over here. I'll say file. Okay, and this type is multi-part file over here. Okay, multi-part file, something like this. Okay, this is done. All right, and now I will have a opening curly brace. Okay, and this is actually a post mapping. Okay, so we need to mark this as mapping as well. All right, now this is done. What we need to do is once we have the file over here, once the user uploads the file from the Postman or client, wherever, or from React, what we need to do is we need to get the file object, right? So I'll say temp file over here. This is my file object. I'll import this class java.io. Okay, and I'll say file.create temp file over here. Okay, and I'll have a prefix of audio over here. So prefix is audio. Okay, and suffix is .wav. Okay, sorry, something like this. Okay, so this will be done. Now I'm getting an error over here, so I'll add exception to method signature. All right, this is done, and so after this we need to transfer the content of the file that is uploaded by user to this temporary file that we have created. Okay, so this is a temporary file like the name says. Okay, so what I would do is I would say file over here. Okay, and I'll say transfer to, and I'll say temp file over here. Okay, something like this. I'll add a space over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so this will transfer the content of the uploaded file to a newly created temporary file, and this effectively saves the uploaded audio to the local file system for us to then later on work on. All right, now what we can do over here is I can copy this over here. Okay, we need to set the transcription options. Okay, so I'll paste it over here. Okay, and we need to import all of this. Okay, so I'll just import this. Okay, let us see what all options we are setting over here. Okay, so this is var. I'll change this to OpenAI audio transcription options over here. Okay, and you can see like it's saying it's making use of builder over here. Okay, and it's saying it's setting the response format. So the response format is text. What is the language? Okay, there's no language set, but there's an option to set a language over here. Okay, with language over here. Okay, you can say EN over here. Now, if you're curious as to how I got to know the with language option, answer is here under runtime option. You'll see one more version of audio transcription option over here. Okay, and it has with language over here. Okay, and if you search for with language over here, okay, you'll find this option over here. Okay, or just search for language and you'll see. So you can also specify this in the application properties. Okay, so it says the language of it is used to specify the language of the input audio. Okay, we are specifying English. Now, if you don't want to specify this or you want to make use of any other language, you can definitely do that. Temperature 0F. Okay, and I'm saying .build over here. Okay, so this is going to set the audio transcription options for the transcription that we want to perform. Now, as a next step, what we need to do is we will copy these 3 lines. Okay, because this is what we want to do. All right. So over here, okay, so you'll see the first line that we copied. It is creating an object of file system resource. Audio file. Okay, object name is called audio file. Then this audio file is given as an input to audio transcription prompt, and then this prompt is used further. So what this means is this is making use of file system resource object. So we are not getting the file this way, right? We are accepting it through an API, and we have a file object over here, right, called temp file. So what we need to do is instead of this path, I'll say temp file over here. Okay, I'll get this imported as well. Okay, this class, I'm getting a red mark. I'll copy this and I'll add it over here. Okay, so this is done. All right, and then I'll create a audio transcription prompt over here. Okay, and this will create this object of audio transcription prompt, which combines the audio resource over here, which is the audio file, and the transcription option. So it's combining both of them together into a single request object to be sent to the AI model, right? Because the object of this, okay, the options and the file, this is what is sent to the AI model over here. If you see on the next line, okay. So here, what is happening is we are creating a response object. We are collecting the response after the call is being done to the AI model, right? So AI model will then unbundle this object. It will see the options and it will see what all transcriptions we wish to do and the file as well on the model's end. This is what will happen. Okay. Now OpenAI transcription model. So our OpenAI transcription model object is called transcription model over here. So I'll copy this. You come over here and you say transcription model, right? So this is done. All right. Response. We have the response also. Okay. And then what we can do is, right, we have created this file, right? It's a temporary file. So you can delete this file, okay, because our job is done, right? So what I would do is I would come over here. I would say temp file dot delete. Okay. And then I'll create a return over here. Okay, I'll say new response entity because we need to send the response. So I'll say response dot get result, and I'll say dot get output over here. Okay, and I'll have HTTP status okay over here, something like this. All right, this is done. Okay, and yeah, I'm getting result of file delete is of delete file is ignored. Yeah, that's absolutely okay. We don't want the response of that. All right, so this is done. I believe there should not be any sort of issues. Okay, we have followed things step by step over here. All right, now I'll just take you through what we are doing is we are actually creating an object of audio OpenAI audio transcription model. Okay, and we are initializing it over here in the constructor. Okay, you can see how we are initializing it. So we are getting the OpenAI key. OpenAI key we are getting because we need to create an object of OpenAI audio API as per the documentation. Okay, so we need a key for that, and then we are making use of OpenAI audio API to initialize the OpenAI audio transcription model, right? And then I'm creating the endpoint where I'm allowing user to upload a file over here and send it to me. Then I'm getting that file. I'm creating a temporary file object with the prefix of audio.wav. This is the extension. And I'm transferring the contents of the file that is being sent or uploaded by the user to this temporary file that I created over here, right? And then we need to prepare for the transcription part. So I'm creating an object of OpenAI audio transcription options because this is what OpenAI understands, and this is this class object it is using to get the options, right? So I'm specifying like the response format, the language, the temperature, and the build. Okay, this is done. Then I'm creating an object of file system resource and wrapping the temp file that I've created into it. And then I'm creating a transcription request over here, audio transcription prompt, which is combining the audio file and the options that I wish to pursue. And then I'm getting the response by doing a call to the model with the audio transcription prompt. And then I'm deleting the file and getting the response and displaying it to the user. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And I hope you have been able to follow along as to what is happening. All right. We would be doing a couple of configuration over here in the application.properties. All right. So what I would do is I would say spring.ai.audio.transcription.options or I'll say base URL. Okay. So one second, let me check this property that I typed in is correct or not. Okay, so I'll come over here and I'll search for base URL over here. Okay, so Spring AI. So this is the this is the base URL. I'll get this. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Okay, and the value for this is I'll copy this. Okay, this is the default value. Okay. So, okay, and I'll also specify the model over here. Okay, and which is our model. So this is the model. Okay, options.model. So I'll specify that thing over here as well. Okay, it's whisper-1 over here, and then response format. So what is the response format? Okay. So I need response in JSON, right? So I'll say JSON over here. Okay. So these are some settings that you can do here in the application properties. There are more settings, language as well, including language, temperature, a lot of settings you can do. Okay. These settings you can even manage from transcription options object. Okay. But once you're done, you should be good to go. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and understood what we are doing and why we are doing. So now it's time that we need to test our API. So what I would do is I would restart the project, all right, and we'll check for any errors if we get any. All right. So the application startup is successful.
So there are no errors, at least on the startup. All right. What we need to do is we need to get a API client like Postman, because we need to now test the API, right? So here in Postman, I'm already into a workspace. Okay. I'll create a new collection over here by clicking on this plus button, and I'll name my collection as audio transcriber. Audio transcribe, and I'll call this Spring AI because this is Spring AI project. Okay, I'll add a request to get going. All right, and I'll call this as transcribe API. I'll copy the endpoint over here. Okay, and I'll say over here. Okay, so I'll add this. Okay, so this is added, and I'll change this to post. Don't forget to change this to post. Now we need to pass in the parameter. So if you see our API, okay, if you scroll down, you need to pass in a parameter which is of type file. So in order to do that, I'll head over to headers, not headers, body in fact, and I'll say form data. Over here, I'll say file, because the name over here of the parameter is file. Okay, so I'll add file over here, and I'll change this to file. And I'll get an option to select a new file. Okay. Now over here, we need to upload the audio file that you want to transcribe with OpenAI. All right. So to get the audio file, what you can do is you can actually get a audio file or an MP3 file which has a little bit of audio. Okay. Don't get the audio file very long. Okay. Because you will be charged those many tokens on the OpenAI account. So you can get a short audio file with just 1 or 2 sentences. So I'll show you how you can get an MP3, all right, for demo purposes. So I'll search for text to speech over here, and I'll say audio MP3. Okay. The moment I search, I'll see a lot of options, and you have this TTS MP3. Okay. There are a lot of options. You have free TTS also. Okay. So I'll just select the first one. You can choose any one, and you can add a text over here. Hello, how are you finding Spring AI? Okay, something like this. And you can say download as MP3. Now, the moment you say download as MP3, it will save this as a file onto your system. So be sure to save it at your desired location of your choice. Okay, so I'll just click download as MP3, and I'll get this file to save onto my system. Alright, so I've saved the file onto my system. Now I'll come back to Postman, and now you need to go over here and you need to select this option, and you need to navigate to wherever you have saved that particular file and select the file. So I've selected the file. You can see test.mp3. This was my file name with which I had saved the mp3 file from that website. Alright. Now what I would do is I would say send over here. Okay. The moment you say send, okay, I get an error, 500 internal server error. So we'll now check what this error is onto our server logs. Okay, I'll scroll up. Okay, the moment you scroll up, okay, you see some message over here. Okay, so what is the message? It says non-transient AI exception 429. All right. And it is saying you have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. All right. So it's likely that I don't have any sort of credits in my account. All right. And it is also giving me this link wherein I can check all the API related errors. So I'll simply copy this over here. Okay. And you can see the entire message is being sent this way. All right. You can see. Okay. Insufficient quota. All right. So what I would do is I would come over here. Okay, I'll just close this and I'll open this link basically. Okay, so you can see this is the API error code, and the error code we got is 429. This is the error code. Okay, and you can see the cause of this error code. You have run out of credits or hit your maximum monthly spend. So you need to buy more credits or increase your limits. Okay, so now how would you do this? So in order to do this, what you need to do is I need to go to OpenAI. Okay. So I'm on openai.com/API. You need to go to like start building. I'll go to start building. You'll be taken to the dashboard. Okay. Now from here, you need to click on this setting. All right. Now keep in mind, they keep on changing this UI. I've seen this UI change a lot. Okay. So I've been doing OpenAI development for a while now, and I've seen this dashboard evolve. All right. But right now the billing option is in setting. All right. But it might happen when you're watching this video, they might have moved the option or changed the interface. So don't stress about it. Just figure out where you can see the credits and the settings option. Now, if you click on settings, okay, you'll see this billing over here, overview. Okay, this is a setting option. You need to head over to billing option over here. Okay. Now under billing, you'll see my credit balance is 0. Of course, it's 0. Now I need to, so you can see when your credit balance reaches 0, your API will stop working. So I need to add some credits, and then ideally my API should work. So I'll just add credits. You can see billing, like payment methods, billing history, preferences. Okay. So you can add a few payment methods as well. All right. So I'll do this process. I'll add some credits into my account. So I have done the payment and I've added $5 over here as my credit balance. All right. Now we'll go back to Postman. All right. So I'll switch over to Postman over here. Okay. And let us see, let us trigger our API again. So here I'll resend the request. I'll press the send button. Okay. I'm getting the internal server error again. Okay. What is the issue now? Okay. So let me restart and try again. All right. So application is started. Let me resend. Oh, so it worked. The application restart actually fixed the issue. Okay, so after I updated my credit balance, I added balance to my OpenAI account. I restarted the application and it worked over here. You can see. So hello, how are you finding Spring AI? This is completely transcribed by AI. All right. And you can see how it's working fine. All right, so you can have audio to text transcribers this way with the help of OpenAI models. All right, and you can do wonders with this. So this I'm just displaying to the users. Okay, you can additionally process it. Okay, to your depending on your needs, so whatever your use case is, right? And then you can give the experience to your users. Okay, that will be AI based. All right, so our application is working fine. Okay, did we get anything on console? Nothing. Okay, so it was processed successfully. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we move to the front end part, and for the front end we are going to make use of React.js, and here I am on the terminal. Okay, on my Windows machine. So you can open PowerShell, or if you are on a Mac, you can open the inbuilt OS terminal. Okay. Now I'll be creating project here from the terminal, and then we'll switch over to Visual Studio Code. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to navigate to my working directory. So I'm going to say cd, and I'm going to paste this long path over here where I wish to navigate. Okay, now over here if I do ls, okay, I have 2 folders already. Now this is my backend over here. Okay, and this is the zip file that I downloaded from start.spring.io. okay, so here itself I'll be creating the front-end React project. Now like I said, I'm going to be making use of Vite for this. Okay, so over here, this is the website. So you can search for Vite React. Vite means this is a spelling VITE. Okay. And as you can see, it is used to create a React project quickly. Okay. French word for quick. Okay. So just come over, just Google, and you should land on this website. Okay. So it's a front end tooling thing using which you can create projects. Okay. So I'll head over to guide. Okay, you can see this guide tab. Okay, and over here, if you scroll down, you can see all these projects, these all templates are supported over here. Okay, so we'll make use of React. You can make use of React with TypeScript as well over here. There are quite a few options, vanilla, JavaScript as well. Okay, so I'll scroll down, and here you can see you have this command over here, npm create Vite @latest. Okay. Now you should be able to run npm commands onto your system.
Okay, so just make sure you have Node.js installed, all right, because we'll be making use of npm over here. So I'll just copy this. Okay, copy this command. Okay, you can even directly copy this. Okay, so this is for Vue.js, but I would be just following this. Okay, so just copy this command, npm create wheat@latest. If you don't want to copy this or come to this website, that's completely fine. You can take a look at this video and type this command. That's completely fine. Okay, now over here I'll just paste this. Okay, I'll say enter. Now the moment I say enter, it will say you need to install the following packages. All right, so I don't have probably this package, so I'll say yes over here. It's okay to proceed. Now it's asking me for the project name. So I'll say audio transcribe, and I'll say Frontend over here. Okay, so this is the project name. I'll say enter. It will present you with a few options like what is the template that you wish to select. So vanilla JS, Vue.js, React. Okay, so I'll say React since we are working on it. And what do you want over here? TypeScript. Okay, so I'll just say vanilla JavaScript over here. Okay, and you can see the project is created pretty quickly. The project name is this, the framework is this, and the variant is over here. Okay, oops, so I'll just expand this a bit. Okay, all right, so this is done. Okay, so I just prefer having this command line at the top a little bit, because here normally captions are displayed and people are normally not able to see commands that I'm writing at the bottom. Okay, so I've just resized my window, but you can keep full screen on your machine. So now it's giving you a few commands over here which you can do initially. So I can say cd over here. I can just navigate to this directory. Okay, then it's saying npm install, so we'll install the dependencies, which is absolutely okay. We'll also copy this command npm run dev. This is actually a command to run the server. Okay, so once the dependencies are installed, you can see the dependencies are installed, you get the success, and just start the server. So I'll press enter, and you'll have the server up and running on this URL over here. Okay, so I'll just copy this URL. All right, I'll come over to the browser and I should be able to access it. You can see Vite plus React. This is the home page, and you have an option to like quickly increase the count. There's a count over here and some instructions. You can head over to src app.jsx and you can like edit this particular page over here. Okay, so project creation is done. All right, what I would request you all now is we need Visual Studio Code. So you can search for Visual Studio Code over here. Okay, and you should see this link. If you don't have it already, I would recommend you download this from here. Installation steps are pretty straightforward, like just like you install any other software onto your system. So I'm seeing an option to download for Windows, but if you're on Mac or any other platform, you should see the option over there. Alternatively, you can like click on other platforms and download it this way as well. All right. Once you're done downloading Visual Studio Code, what you need to do is you need to open Visual Studio Code onto your system. So I already had Visual Studio Code open over here. All right. So you'll see this kind of a screen. Okay, like a typical IDE, and I have dark mode enabled. All right. You might see light mode, which you can change in the settings. Right. And what you need to do is you need to come over here. Okay. Also, I would want to mention, like if you have freshly installed, you might also see a welcome screen over here, which I'm not seeing, of course. So you can come over here, file, and you can say open folder. Now, when you say open folder, you will see a pop-up appear, or it will be a explorer, which will help you navigate, okay, through the file system, and you should head over to the folder where you just created the project. So you created a project over here. So this is my location, right? So you need to open this folder in Visual Studio Code, and I'll do that. So you can see I've navigated to this folder where we created our project. So this is our project, audio transcribe frontend. I'll select this and I'll say select the folder. You'll see the project open up. Okay. So I will just go full screen now. Or before going full screen, what you can actually do is, here I'm running npm run dev. I'll just copy this command. Okay. I don't need to use an external terminal. Okay. So I'll just terminate this using Control C on Windows or Command C on Mac. All right. So I don't need an external terminal. I'll close this and I'll expand this. And over here, you have a terminal inbuilt where you can run commands. And this will by default open, by the way, in the root of the project. You can see this is the root of my project. Okay. Now I'll run this command npm run dev and I'll have my server up and running. All right. So yeah, this is the setup that you need to do. Okay. And I hope you have been able to follow until here so far. So now it's time that we begin building our front end. So I'll head over to SRC. Now, first of all, this thing that you're seeing over here in the browser, it's coming in from app.jsx under SRC. You can see. Now, if you go to app.jsx, this is the code that is being rendered onto the browser. And you can see the code for like the counter over here as well. You can see count is count. Now I can, if I add full stops and if I save this, you'll see it appears over here. So this is a file, all right. And this is where it's coming in from. Now what I would do is I just don't need this boilerplate code, all right. So what I would do is I would simply get rid of this. Okay, all right. Now this is done. Okay, we don't have anything over here right now, right? Now what I need to do is I will create my own component which will help me upload the audio onto my application, and it will trigger an API call with the file that I have uploaded to the backend, and backend will communicate with OpenAI. It will get the transcription and it will return it to the front end, and then front end would display the transcription to the user. That is how the entire flow is going to work. All right. So I would quickly create a file over here. I'll call this as audio uploader.jsx over here. All right, this is done. Now over here, we need to have the component definition, right? So I'm going to say const audio uploader. All right, and I'm going to make use of arrow functions over here, okay, to create the component. Okay. Now within this component, we are going to have a little bit of JSX, and we will also return. We'll also have the JavaScript, right? That will work and it will perform some actions, right? So first we'll do the JSX part. So I'm going to say return. I'm going to return JSX over here. Okay, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay. Now within return, I'm going to have let's say div over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and I can say h1, okay, and I'll say audio to text transcriber here, something like this. Okay, and I'll have to export this. Okay, so I'll say export default, and I'll say audio uploader over here. Okay. And I'll add the audio uploader into this particular component. Okay, audio uploader over here. All right, this is done. Now, the moment you come over here, you will see audio to text transcriber is appearing, right? Which means that now whatever I add into this particular file will be rendered onto the UI. So I'll begin working over here. Okay, I'll set the class names as well. Okay, so I'll set the class name over here to container, like so. Okay, I have the h1 tag. Okay, now I need to add a div over here. Okay, this div is going to help me accept the file. Okay, so I'm going to say input type, and this will be file over here, accept, and I'll say audio. Okay, and then I'll simply close this. Okay, now if you come over here, you can see choose file, no file chosen. So this is the file chooser that we have added over here. Okay, input type file. I'll add class name. Oops, so it has to be class name over here, and I'll call this as file input, something like this. Okay, so this div is done. Later on, what we can do is we can make use of these classes or the class names in CSS to enhance the look of our application. Okay, I'm going to say button over here. Okay, and I'll add a class name over here. Okay, something like this, and I'll say upload button, something like this. Okay, and I'll close this. I'll say upload and transcribe. All right. If you come over here, you can see this button, upload and transcribe. Of course, ignore the UI. Don't worry about it right now, okay, because we'll be dealing with the UI stuff shortly, okay. But yeah, this is what our application is looking like right now. Now over here, what we need to do is we need to display the transcription result, all right. So I'll say a class name over here, transcription result, something like this, and over here I can say h2 transcription result. Okay, and I'll be displaying the result over here within the p tag. Okay, so we'll be doing that with the help of states, but we don't have any states created yet. All right, so I'm leaving that empty for now. All right, now coming over here at the top, let's talk about the states. So we have UI done. Okay, UI of course is done, but there's no CSS right now. We'll be dealing with CSS part as well. Don't worry about that right now. Let's focus on the functionality. Now let's talk about the states that we will need. First state we'll need is I'll need a file. Okay, because I'm accepting the file from the user, so I need to add it to the state. So I'll create that first. Okay, I'll say file, and this will be set file over here. Okay, and I need to say use state. Okay, and file will be initially null. Okay, I need const, and it has to be transcription, and it will be set transcription like so. Okay, and here I'll say use state, and I'll initialize it to an empty string. So we need two states, file and transcription. What is this transcription? This transcription is the output or the result that we get. Okay, so I'll just copy this. I'll come over here and I'll be displaying that thing over here. Okay, so right now it's not displaying anything, of course, because it's initialized to empty string. It does not have anything right now. Okay, but once we hit the API, what we can do is we will be displaying the result here. Okay, after updating the state. Now, what I need to do is I need to create a function over here. Now, the function that we are going to create is going to help us update this file state. Okay, so that we have whatever user is selecting, we have it in this state over here. Okay, so I'm going to say const over here. I'll say handle file change. Okay, so what we are going to say is whenever user updates or selects a file, okay, update the state. That is what we are going to do. And this function needs to be triggered whenever user changes the file or updates the file. So what I would do is I would scroll down over here. Okay, so we have this file button, right? Input type file. So I'll add on handle. Sorry, it's not handle. It will be on change over here. That is what the name of the property, and then I need to say handle file change. Okay, now this is done. So here what I would do is I would say set file over here. Okay, so that's the method that we are calling over here. Okay, to update the state, and over here I'm going to say I'll say e.target.files, and I'll say 0. So this code is going to give me the file that user has selected, right? Now, once the user has selected the file, what we need to do is we need to upload the file, okay? And we need to trigger the API, right? So basically, uploading means we are triggering the backend API, right? So what we need to do is I will make use of Axios over here, right? So I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. Okay, I don't think this is added right now. Okay, so you can either head over to package.json. I'm not sure if this dependency is added. It's not added. You can see clearly over here. So what I would recommend is you head over to your terminal and you can say npm install Axios if this is not installed. I'm sorry. So here if you scroll down now, okay, or here if you see, you can see Axios over here. Okay, so it has added these packages to my project, right? So this is done. Just make sure you have Axios in your project, okay, before you start using it. Okay, now this is done. So what I would do is I would come over here, I would create one more function here. Okay, so I'll say, okay, const, sorry, not const. So this is a function. Yeah, so I'll go by const keyword. I'll say audio, not audio uploader. It will be handle upload. Okay, and it will be an async function. Okay, and then I'll have this. Okay, now within this particular function, what I need to do is I need to do an API call. Okay, so I'll first create an object of form data over here. Okay, new form data, like so. Okay, then I'll say form data dot append. Okay, and I'll say file, comma, file that we have. Okay, so this is being appended, and then okay, I accidentally came outside the function. So within this function, we need to make use of try catch for error handling. Okay, something like this, and here I'll say constant. Okay, response. So we are doing an API call, so I'll make use of await keyword, and I'll say Axios dot post over here. Okay, and we need to make use of the backend endpoint along with the form data. So I'll say form data over here. Okay, and I'll say comma over here, and we need to add the headers over here. Okay, so I'll say here I can say headers, something like this. Okay, and I'll add content type, something like this, and I'll say multipart, because we are sending in the file over here, right? So we need to say this. I'll add a comma over here. Okay, and I'll come over here. If there is an error, any sort of error, so I can say console.error over here, and I can say error transcribing audio over here. Okay, and then I can say error. All right, and yeah, I think this is it. We need to now work with the response over here. Okay, so once we have the response, I can say set transcription dot, sorry, not dot, it will be response dot data. Okay, now what is set transcription? In case you're wondering, okay, we do have a state transcription which is capturing the result of the transcription, right, after transcription. So I'm updating that state with whatever response I get. All right, so this is the handle upload. Now what is happening over here is we are first creating and a form data over here, right, a new object of form data type. Okay, and this is used to construct a set of key value pairs that is representing the form fields and their values, right? Now this approach is ideal for sending files via HTTP request. And on the next line, like after creating form data, I am actually appending the file over here, okay, because I want the file to be sent via HTTP request, and then I'm doing an post request. Now over here we missed adding the API endpoint, so I'll say localhost :8080 /API/transcribe. This is our endpoint, right? So this is a post request. Okay, and we are sending the form data along with the headers, and in headers we are specifying the content type over here. You can see content type is multipart form data. Okay, and we need to, once we get the response, so this is a asynchronous like call over here, and we are making use of await over here. Once we get the response, we are getting response.data and updating the transcription. Okay, that is how this entire thing is working over here. Okay, now this function, this async function, needs to be triggered. Okay, when should it be triggered? It should be triggered when you click on the upload button, right? So I'll say on click over here, I'm going to say handle upload, something like this, right? And I'll save this. Okay, now if you come over here, okay, we have this project ready. We should test it, right? So what I would do is I would actually come over here. We have our MP3 file, right? So what I would do is I would click over here and I would just select the MP3 file that we had created. Or if you have any other MP3 file, you can select that, but it should have some person speaking a little bit. Now I do have selected the MP3 file by clicking on the choose file. You need to navigate to your file wherever it's saved, the MP3 file, and add it over here. Okay. Now this is done. So I'll say upload and transcribe. I'll say upload and transcribe. Okay. We'll wait for a while. We'll see if any sort of thing happens. Anything we can see on the console. Okay. We get an issue, which is expected. All right. So this issue is around course policy, right? So what we need to do is we need to fix the course policy as well in the backend. Now for this, I'll head over to my backend, which is IntelliJ over here. Okay. And here we need to add a configuration file, which will be the configuration for the course policy. Okay. So I'm going to call this as web config over here. Okay. Because it's configuration file. The first thing I'll do is I'll add configuration annotation over here. Okay. I'll say implements web MVC configure over here. Okay. Now I'll override the add course mappings over here. Okay. So you can either go to generate. Okay. You can say override method. You have add course mapping over here. Okay. So I'll select that. Okay. It's been added course registry, and you can see this code being added. Okay. But what I'll do is I'll just get rid of this code over here. Okay. And I'll say registry dot add mapping over here. Now I'm adding this for which endpoint? So I'm adding this configuration for all the endpoints. Okay. I'll say allowed origins. Okay. So I'm allowing the origins, which origins I wish to allow. So I have my front end running on this particular URL. So I'll copy this. Okay. And I'll paste it over here. Okay. This is the endpoint. All right. Now I'll say dot allowed methods over here, and I'll say get over here. Okay. I'll say post. I'll say put. Okay. Which all methods you want to allow, you can add that. Okay. And I'll say options as well. Something like this. Okay. So this is the configuration, and then I can say allowed headers. What sort of headers you want to allow? I'll say all headers. All right. So just allow all, and then I'll say allowed credentials, true. And I think we are done. All right. So with this, the front end should be able to send the request to the backend. So just restart the server, and yeah, we are ready to test the application. So after adding the configuration, we are now set to test the application. So I'll just refresh this because early on we got an error. All right. And what I'll do is I'll again choose the MP3 file over here. So MP3 is chosen. I can say upload and transcribe. We'll wait for a while, and you can see, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? So that is what is the audio in this test.mp3. Okay. So yeah, the application is working absolutely fine. And if you head over to inspect over here into the network tab. Okay. So if you say upload and transcribe again, okay, you will see like there will be a request. Okay. So I'm not seeing any sort of request. Okay. Here. So you can see this transcriber endpoint is being called over here. Okay. This is the backend endpoint. And here, what we are doing is, if you see the payload, this is a file that is being sent to the server. Okay. We're getting this as a response. Okay. You can see this is a response. All right. So you can just take a look at the endpoint over here. All right. Now be sure to remember, like if you're uploading a file, upload a file with very less text or very less of audio, a small file. Because if you have a very long file that you're uploading like songs and all, okay, remember this is hitting OpenAI,
right? You have your keys configured. So you might be charged for that, right? So if the files are large and OpenAI is doing a lot of work, a lot of processing for you, okay, it is you consuming the model, it is using the models in the hindsight, and it is going to build that in your account. So for small files, it is good and it won't cost much, okay, but keep this in mind. All right, for larger files. All right. So I hope this is useful, and I hope you are able to understand and follow everything. So now it's time that we spend some time beautifying the application and making it look a bit decent, right? So application is working fine, okay, but it would be good if we could, add some CSS over here. So I'll come over here and we will create, we already have a file called app.css. All right. What we can do is I'll start adding the CSS over here. Okay. So I'll start adding the CSS for container. Okay. Over here. I'll say max width is equal to, 600 pixels over here. Okay. All right. You can see, okay, 600 pixels. I'll say margin over here is 50 pixels and auto over here. Okay. All right. And we'll add some CSS and then we'll see how it's reflecting over here to the UI. I'll say 20 pixels padding. Okay. Around the container. I can say border over here is 1 pixels solid, and the color code is hashtag DD. Okay, it's white sort of a UI. I'll say border radius over here is 10 pixel. Let me save this and let us see. Okay, so border is being added. Okay, and then I can say box or not box shadow. I'll say background color over here. Background color is again hash TD. Let us see. Okay, so I'll change this to something like this, and I'll say text align is center. Font family is sans serif. Okay, so everything is white right now because we need to change the font of everything to font color of everything to like black or so. Okay, so I'll say font size is 24 over here. I'll keep this to 24. You can switch to your choice. Okay, margin bottom, I can say 20 pixels over here, and I can say color over here. I'll add the color to that of black. Okay, let us save, and you can see audio to text transcriber. All right. Now what we need to do is I'll come down. Okay, and I'll say file input. Okay, and I'll say margin of 20 pixels. Okay, so yeah, this is our file input over here. Okay, and then here again I'll say file input, and I'll say input over here. Okay, padding of 10 pixels, border of 1 pixels solid, and I'll say color as this. I'll say border radius of 5 pixels. Cursor could be pointer. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so you can click on this entire thing over here. Okay, so it's looking decent for now. Okay, we'll move forward. All right, I'll add some CSS for the upload button. Okay, so this is the class, right? So let me check the class as well. So audio uploader. Okay, upload button is the class. All right, so I'll come over here, upload button. I'll say background color. Okay, and background color can be blue, sort of. Okay, and I'll say color white. I'll say padding 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Okay, border is none here. Okay, and I can say border radius as 5 pixels. Okay.
and I'll say cursor pointer. I'll keep cursor to pointer. Okay, and font size to that of 16 over here, and a margin top to 10 pixels. This is done. You can see it's looking decent. Okay, we can add an hover effect also. So I'll just copy this hover. Okay, so colon hover. All right, and I'll say background color to dark blue. Oops, dark blue, something like this. And if you come here, you can see. All right, so this is done. All right, and I'll come over here. Here we need to manage the transcription part. So I'll get this class over here, transcription result. Okay, and over here I can say for transcription result, I can say margin top 30 pixels. I'll say text align to center, and I'll add the color. Color we can, oops, not column. Color can be black, something like this. And then I can have transcription result and H2. Okay, font size of 20 pixels. Okay, and margin bottom 10 pixels, and color to that of, let's say, light blue. I can say light blue. And I can say transcription result. I'll add there is a p tag also where we are displaying the result. So I can say background color to that of I have a color code. Okay, so I'll say F8, F9, FA. All right. Then over here I can say padding to that of 15 pixels. Border radius, I'll add border radius of 5 pixels over here. Okay, and border I'll add of 1 pixels solid. Okay, and yeah, this is how it will be. If you come over here, you can see, okay, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? So this is the output. Okay, now transcription result over here, light blue is not looking good. Okay, so I can keep this as dark blue. Okay, this is looking decent over here. So this is not yet centered, as we can see. So I would like to move this to center. Okay. So what I would do is over here, okay, app.jsx, we have a main.jsx. Now within main.jsx, we have this root element. Okay. What I would do is I would come over here. I would add a CSS. So this is the CSS for root. Okay. Element with ID root. All right. And I'm adding the CSS. I'll save this and we'll have everything in the center. You can see, okay. So it's working absolutely fine, and you can see what sort of output we are getting over here. Okay. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been super useful. Now you can customize this page as per your requirements. Okay, and I've shown you the way as to how you can make use of AI into this project. But you can figure out a use case to your real projects, and you can use a similar thing and make your users' life easier. So I hope this was useful.